First blood. An ally has been slain. Has been slain. Has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Been slain. Enemy double kill. plating will soon fall. An enemy is unstoppable. Your turret has been destroyed. ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Rampage. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. is on. Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected.
emotional well-being.
It's an interactive kiosk where you can navigate through a library of mental health and mindful practices
To recharge that internal battery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to talk about what is happening in the markets right now. This week, the markets had a courageous comeback, and many people thinking that maybe last week was a bottom and we're on the way to all-time highs. But people, what could actually be happening is we could be about to face a new crisis that could be even worse than a stock market crash. So what could this crisis be, everyone? Was at the bottom? And what can we do to protect ourselves against this possible crisis that could be coming? Well, everyone, this is exactly what we're going to go over in today's video. It is going to be a good one. Ladies and 6 and 12 months ahead. So when the Federal Reserve came out in December and told them they were going to start lifting interest rates, that is when the stock market started to sell off. And that's where we saw this 15% decline in the S&P 500 and the 20% decline in the NASDAQ. So these first 5 to 6 Federal Reserve rate hikes have already been priced in. Now the markets are looking past these rate hikes and they're hoping that this will be the only rate hikes that the Federal Reserve does. And I think what the markets are starting to see is what I'm seeing right now. And they're starting to see what could be the next crisis that could be coming that will be even worse, like I said, than a stock market crash. Because it's become quite clear that the Federal Reserve is not going to stop inflation. They've already arrived to the party 1 year too late, letting inflation get to a 40-year high, absolutely destroying people's purchasing power and the standard of living for most Americans. Gas prices are rising, food costs are skyrocketing, rent costs are skyrocketing, utilities are going up, insurance is going up, property taxes. The standard of living that most average Americans and Australians as well is declining rapidly. And newsflash everybody, these 7 rate hikes that the Federal Reserve announced they're going to do to stop inflation is not going to stop inflation at all. Think of it like this. If you've got a bank account and the bank says, look, we'll give you 3% interest on your money, but inflation is 9 to 10% in real terms, and even I'll get into later in the video why it's even hitting 16% in real terms in some scenarios, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave your money in the account? Are you going to leave your money in the bank and lose purchasing power every day? Or are you going to be forced, Tina, there is no alternative, there is no other way but invest your money in the markets? Of course, you're going to pick the latter, everyone, and this is exactly what the Federal Reserve wants. So what is this scenario that we are facing now, everyone? We are facing the possibility of a market melt up or a market crash up. Now, for those not familiar with economic terms, this is where the market skyrockets, not because of fundamentals and companies making huge more earnings, is because inflation gets out of control from all the reckless monetary policy. Okay, now while we're on the topic on inflation, you probably want to know is, okay, what is a way you can protect your wealth against the inflation crisis that is coming? And what you're also probably wanting to know is, what is the wealthy, what is the 1% doing to protect themselves against the inflation crisis? And what asset classes has the potential to outpace the S&P 500? Well, people, I found that asset class, and this asset class has outpaced the S&P 500 by 164% between 1995 and 2021. And that is contemporary art. Now, unfortunately, this asset class has only been available to the ultra-wealthy billionaires what they're doing with one ahead investment. What I've learned from history is we normally don't learn from history. Once one generation passes away, we tend to forget about it, and that's just ancient history and it'll never happen again. But let's have a look at what's happened to some other countries that are experiencing extremely high inflation right now and what happened to their stock market. Here's just a few lists, everyone. Iran is experiencing 51% inflation, Argentina 54%, Zimbabwe, we've all seen the $100 trillion Zimbabwe notes, and Venezuela, this is just absolutely crazy, 200,000% annual inflation. So let me show you exactly what happens in a melt-up scenario. Well, look at this, everyone. This is Zimbabwe's stock market, and as you can see, yes, their stock market is going parabolic, but what is their standard of living? Last time I checked, their standard of living is going down and down every year. The economy has completely collapsed, the currency has collapsed, so you can't just look at the stock market this week and go, look, the stock market's up, so everything's all hunky-dory, everything's fine, we're going to the moon, there's no issues here. Well, people, I don't think the average American thinks this, and what they're doing is showing proof of that. Look at this, Costco has run out of emergency food kits. So the average American is seeing the writing on the wall, and we're already starting to see bread lines again, like in the Great Depression, or what we call now food lines, where people are waiting in lines for hours at these food banks. And these are not homeless people, these are not people that have some issues, these are just average Americans that just simply can't afford these crazy costs of food right now, especially if they're on an average wage of 35 to 40,000. Again, look at Venezuela's stock market, it did very well. We all know how things are going in Venezuela right now. Their economy is collapsing, and the standard of living has collapsed. But I'm sure you want more proof and more data to prove this is the case. Same thing's happening with Argentina, everyone. Look at their stock market is going parabolic, but you ask the average Argentinian, their standard of living is going down, their purchasing power is going down. This does not mean the economy is going great if the markets are going up. These are some scenarios of what a melt up looks like in real terms. Yes, the stock market may go up in dollar terms, but what might happen is the stock market may not keep up with the cost of living. For example, the stock market may go up 1,000%, but a loaf of bread may go up 2,000%, or gas may go up 2,000%, or real estate may go up 2,000%. Or what even is another scenario is, even if the stock market doesn't crash, but just stays flat this year, if inflation, real inflation is at 16%, you're losing 16% of your wealth every year in real terms to inflation. And people, I know you don't really believe the official CPI numbers, so let me show you some alternative CPI numbers that sound much more like reality. Look at this, everyone. This is Shadow Stats. Now, they record the way they used to record inflation in the 1980s. And as we can see here, based on the way they used to record the CPI in the 80s, inflation right now is 16%. But then they changed it away, they recorded it in the 90s. And look, it's off the charts here. Even the way they recorded it in the 90s, inflation is around 11 or 12% right now. I don't know about you, but that sounds much more realistic than the number of 7.9% they're telling us. But you know what they always say? Look, just take out housing, just take out food costs, just take out energy costs, just take out utilities, insurance. There's no inflation. They may say, look, these Apple EarPods, they've gone down in price and they're providing more value. So really what we're having is deflation. And I bring up a chart here, everyone, just to show you how much your purchasing power is being destroyed. Look at this. This is a dollar's worth purchasing power of the US dollar. Now we can see when the Federal Reserve was created in 1913, a dollar back then would be equivalent to $26 today and would get you 30 Hershey bars in 1913. And I definitely like my Hershey bars. And in 1929, $1 will get you 10 rolls of toilet paper. In 1944, 20 bottles of Coca-Cola. And you can see here also on the chart historic events in 1970 when they removed the gold standard, and also in 2008 when they started quantitative easing, and also in 2020 when they printed and increased the dollar supply by a massive amount. It says here on the chart 20%, but it's much higher now, more like 60 and 80%. But of course, what are they telling us, everyone? They're saying, again, they're still trying to say, well, don't worry, inflation is transitory. Well, people, what are we seeing? We're seeing the supply chains. They're not going to get fixed anytime soon, because right now China is experiencing another outbreak of COVID, and they're going back into hard lockdowns again. So this is going to put more pressure on supply chains. This is going to lead to more inflation. Also, what we have right now is war. And unfortunately with war, it leads to high gas prices, it leads to more government spending, and it leads to higher inflation. So no, inflation isn't going to go down anytime soon. And even Janet Yellen has mentioned recently, we're going to have uncomfortable inflation throughout the rest of the year. And so this leads me to the point of this video. If the Federal Reserve did what they need to do and lifted interest rates up to 5 to 8% to get inflation under control, yes, we'd have a stock market crash, but the average American would experience a better quality of life because we'd have deflation. That means prices would go down, people's purchasing power would increase, and it'll give opportunities for other people that haven't been able to experience this crazy bull run to invest in the markets and maybe even finally be able to afford a home. But unfortunately, what I think is clear, what's going to happen right now is the Federal Reserve is going to choose a ladder. They're going to sacrifice the middle class, keep printing money, inflation is going to get worse, and we may see a stock market melt up, or we just may simply see the stock market stay stagnant this year, but people are going to lose purchasing power in real terms because inflation is going to erode away all their gains. But what you're probably wondering, what is the biggest risk of all that could lead us into a melt up and really destroy your purchasing power once and for all? Well, everyone, like I've been warning, what would accelerate this issue and what would make it a Venezuela-like moment would be the US losing world reserve currency status. Now again, I've shown you the charts throughout history. Not one country's held world reserve currency status for more than 110 years, so the US is getting close to their due date to lose world reserve currency status. And what are we seeing around the world? We're seeing more and more of the East starting to rise. We're seeing more and more of the rise of China. We're seeing Saudi Arabia having talked to China to possibly sell oil in yuan. We're seeing more and more authoritarian and dictator leaders starting to rise up and cause more confrontation and more conflicts. And I'll show you another chart here. We can see the US dollar share of global reserves, the percentage of allocation reserves quarterly, has fallen to a 25-year low. Saying the US is going to lose world reserve currency status this year, but it's looking like its days are very limited. And this is the reason why the US hasn't experienced crazy high inflation, because it's had the privilege of being able to print more and more dollars and not experience hyperinflation because the world has had demand for those dollars. But once that demand is gone, once that world reserve currency status is gone, like the Great Reset has warned that the US won't be the world superpower by 2030, that's when you'll see the real crisis begin. Now I know what you're probably thinking, okay, well what can we do to protect ourselves against this scenario? Well, what you're going to do, like I've been warning everyone, you're going to want real hard assets. For example, like gold, like I've said by our sponsor today, Masterworks, fine contemporary art, even other
Minions have spawned. been slain. Shut down. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Has been slain. An ally has been slain. Plating will fall soon. Your turret has been destroyed. Rampage. Has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. turret. Quadra kill. Aced.
you beat Elden Ring at level 1? The answer is obviously yes. People have been doing these sorts of challenges for years with every FromSoft game. Hell, you got people beating the game with no weapons, or on a dance pad, or with literal bananas. But see, these people are all god gamers. They're really, really good. I, however, am not. You will not catch me beating these games with a Ring Fit controller. That's where I think this gets interesting. Can someone like me beat Elden Ring at level 1? If I took advantage of every tool, tactic, glitch, and exploit, could I do it? That's what I wanted to answer, and that's what this video is about. So for the next however many minutes, I'll walk you through the journey of my no leveling run in Elden Ring. First, I chose the Deprived class, since, in case you weren't aware, this is the only class that starts at level 1. As you can see, this gives me 10 in each stat across the board. This is a problem because Elden Ring has lots of stat requirements for weapons and spells, so this immediately limits my options. Then I designed my character, and there's really only one idea that felt appropriate for this type of playthrough. With that, I was in the game, died to the tutorial boss, arrived in Limgrave, and then made a beeline to the site of Grace to get my horse. From there, I ran straight to Caelid to get Radagon's Soar Seal from Fort Faroth. You can get it by climbing this ladder, dropping down this hole, and then doing a bit of platforming past some rats. With this talisman, I get +5 to Vigor, Endurance, Strength, and Dexterity, at the cost of my defenses being lowered a bit. 20 free stat points on a level 1 character is incredibly worth it though, and I don't think I ever took this off for the entire run. After collecting that, it was time to get a proper weapon. I watched a couple speedruns of this game, and I knew how strong Hoarfrost Stomp could be, so getting that was my next priority. To get it, I rode around Stormvale Castle and into Lyria by taking the side path to the right of the castle. From there, I just rode north to this point on the map to get the Ice Rind Hatchet, and then I rode a bit farther north to kill an invisible scarab next to the Caria Manor. The hatchet has the Hoarfrost Stomp skill built in, but the Ash of War lets me put it on any weapon, so I grabbed both to have options. As you can see, even on an unupgraded weapon, this skill is stupidly strong and has a relatively low FP cost. Not only does it do ice damage, but it also inflicts frostbite. This does a huge chunk of damage, kind of like bleed, in addition to reducing the enemy's defenses. I opted to put this on an Uchigatana I got from some nearby catacombs so I could have both bleed and cold on the same weapon. I was doing so much damage that I decided it was unnecessary to even upgrade my weapon at this point, so I went straight to the first major boss, Margit. Margit was actually pretty easy. I used the stomp move a little, but for the most part, I just fought him straight up and dodged a lot. I tried using this fight as an opportunity to warm up rather than just steamrolling him via weapon upgrades. I got him on my 3rd try. Not really much to say yet as far as boss strategy and analysis goes, but you'll see more of that as the bosses ramp up in difficulty. With Margit dead, I got a talisman pouch and thus access to a 2nd talisman slot. Assuming ice stomping would be a staple for the rest of my playthrough, there was one early talisman that could help out with that, but it required me to make a sacrifice. I'm sorry. Back to Stormvale, Godric was next up on the list, and I began running over to him. By the way, running past enemies is how I handled pretty much every on-foot section of the game. If you're familiar with the level layouts, this is fairly easy to do, so I won't be detailing these sections. You might also be wondering why I'm wearing no armor, since this wasn't part of the challenge, and all it does is increase the odds that I'll get one-shot by something. While that is true, I'd like you to consider that wearing no armor equals funnier video. So, yeah. Anyway, it's time for Godric. Just like Margit, Godric was surprisingly easy, even with an unupgraded weapon, and I also got him on my 3rd try. Aside from just dodging and playing like normal, one thing I noticed is that when he does this roll move, it's good to stay close to him so that the follow-up attack is this easy-to-dodge aerial attack. If you're too far, he does these homing air attacks that are harder to dodge. But yeah, not a lot to say, he's fairly simple. With Godric dead, I gained his Great Rune, which gave me the ability to increase every stat by 5 points at the cost of a Rune Arc. This was a huge potential buff, but I didn't want to rely on this since the only renewable source of Rune Arcs was by farming rats, and that sounded very tedious and annoying. For now though, I powered up. Next, it was on to Rhea Lucaria Academy. I decided to also level up my Ice Rind Hatchet to +5 for extra damage. I went with my axe instead of the Uchigatana since it only took Somber Stones to upgrade the axe, and collecting Somber Stones was a lot easier than collecting the normal stones, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to fully commit to the Uchigatana yet. Anyway, it was time for the Red Wolf of Radagon. Again, not much to say for this one. Attacks didn't one-shot me, and I was doing decent damage, so it wasn't that hard and only took me 2 tries. Things seemed to be looking good. I felt confident. There was one catch though. I needed 16 dexterity to wield the axe, and I only had 15 with the Radagon talisman. This meant that I needed to have Godric's Great Rune active to meet the dex requirement and use the axe. Burning through all of my rune arcs seemed like a bad idea, so I decided to look for a better solution. And good news, there was one. I could get the prosthesis wearer heirloom from Millicent, the woman in the Church of the Plague, by doing her questline and giving her the golden needle. However, in order to do this, I needed to kill the boss, Commander O'Neill. I thought about just fighting him straight up, but then I remembered, this video is supposed to be about being clever and showcasing fun strats rather than just normal fights. So instead, I decided to parkour my way up onto the roots above him. From here, I just shot him with poison arrows from safety. I think this is something that some people forget you can do with pretty much every overworld boss. Since there's no real boundaries like a normal boss arena, this is an option, and despite how it trivializes the fight, it's still kind of satisfying because it feels like you're outsmarting the game in a way. After a few minutes, I killed Commander O'Neill, did the questline for Millicent, and got the talisman, bringing my dexterity up to 20 so I could use the ice axe without stressing about rune arcs. With that done, I went back to Rhea Lucaria to take on Renala. Alright, we're officially in real shit territory. This fight was tough. Phase 1 was a cakewalk because this part was just normal with me hitting the 3 glowing enemies to make Renala fall, and in fact, I did so much damage that I one-cycled her sometimes. But Phase 2, oh man, Phase 2. So first off, I would always run at her in the beginning of phase 2. She does this beam attack that's fairly easy to dodge, and I can get 1 or 2 free hits in. From here though, it's a real pain as she keeps floating around, and even one misstep on my part was death. One important trick to note that's not only true for this boss, but most attacks in the game, is that you want to dodge into the attack, not with it. So with these magic orbs that home in on me, I wanted to make sure I dodged into them each time. If I made the mistake of dodging with them, my hitbox would be inside of them after I finished rolling, and then I'd get hit. Another thing I noticed is that for the first section of this fight, the most reliable way to get in a hit was when she went to use her staff as a boomerang. If I was close when she did this, I could usually get in a hit. But yeah, this fight involved a lot of suffering on my part. So many things caught me. And once you drain about half her health, she starts summoning spirits to fight you. The best way to deal with this is just by running away, since they'll eventually despawn. Do keep an eye on this dragon summon though, and don't let your guard down like I did. What? Eventually, I had enough though. I didn't want to get good at this game. I wanted to win. That's when I decided to ask, can I poison her? Yes. Yes, I could. So next round, I pulled out my longbow, shot her with a few poison arrows, and then just kept my distance while running in circles and watching her health drain. Again, this video isn't meant to showcase me being good at the game. It's how can we beat this using anything and everything. And yeah, not a lot to say. This did the trick. 2 demigods down. It was time for me to go to the Altus Plateau and the city of Lindell. However, to get into the city, I need to kill this draconic tree sentinel at the entrance. And he officially marks the beginning of every boss attack being a one-shot kill for the rest of the game. I died a lot to this guy. I started to learn each of his attacks, but the timing for some of them was so tight and I couldn't get it consistently. I did notice I could sneak around him to get a couple free hits in before the fight, but this didn't help too much, and my struggling continued. But this was an overworld boss, and as we established with Commander O'Neill, overworld bosses are especially susceptible to cheese strats. In this case, the answer was poison, specifically poison mist. You can get the poison mist incantation from this scarab near Castle Morn on the Weeping Peninsula. It also requires 12 faith to use, so I equipped the 2 fingers heirloom to give myself 5 extra points in faith. You can get this talisman from a chest in the Purified Ruins in Liurnia. Then I just snuck behind the tree sentinel and cast poison mist. Funnily enough, this doesn't cause him to aggro on you. He'll just sit there slowly dying. The poison doesn't last forever though, so I need to keep reapplying it whenever it ran out. I also noticed that there seems to be some sort of poison resistance mechanic where subsequent procs of poison take longer than the first. I'm not sure if this was a thing in past games, but it's pretty neat. Anyway, this took 16 minutes of me just sitting there and staring at his horse's ass while I waited for him to die. Remember, don't work hard, work smart. With the tree sentinel dead, I was officially allowed into the city. After taking the sights for a few minutes, I made my way over to the Spirit of Godfrey, and oh man, Godfrey is rough. Every one of his attacks was instant death if I missed time to dodge, and I quickly learned that his stomp move is one where you don't want to dodge away or it'll catch you every time. Thinking back to my last 2 wins, I thought maybe I could be smart and pull off some bow and arrow shenanigans by running away and jumping on this ledge here, but of course, that didn't work. I would have to actually get good and beat Godfrey for real. Or would I? There was a secret weapon I could get, and now seemed like the time to get it. I needed to collect 2 items first, though. First, I got the incantation Fire's Deadly Sin from the cliffside of Windmill Village. Do note, though, that this only appears after collecting the painting inside the fortified manor in Lindell. And this does take 19 faith to use, so for the time being, I would rely on Godric's Great Rune to meet that requirement. Next, I need to get the Tree Great Shield. This is a drop after killing both tree sentinels near the outer wall of Phantom Tree Site of Grace. Lucky for me, the poison mist strat worked again. Unlucky for me, this took 26 minutes of real time. But hey, I got the shield. And now I had the secret weapon, a beam cannon I could fire at will. Here's how this works. The shield has a special skill that deflects sorceries and incantations and turns them into a holy projectile attack. Funnily enough, this works with the Fire's Deadly Sin incantation since the self-damage of the fire can be deflected in the same way. It's unclear if this is a glitch or just a clever interaction, but either way, it works. At first I was a little unimpressed by the damage, but then I upgraded my shield to +6 and wow, okay. 2 more things to grab. First, the Bestial Vitality incantation that you can get from the Beast Clergyman after giving him 3 death roots will completely negate the health drain from Fire's Deadly Sin. Very handy. Second, I picked up the Opaline Bubble Tear from an Erdtree avatar on the Weeping Peninsula. This greatly reduces the damage you take for 1 hit, and it essentially gave me 1 free hit per fight instead of just dying instantly. And finally, I was ready to fight Godfrey again. This setup was extremely effective. Spirit Godfrey is apparently pretty lazy, so he'll only walk slowly, and this means I can keep my distance pretty easily. The one issue is that Fire's Deadly Sin only lasts for 40 seconds, so recasting it was a little nerve-wracking, as I need to make sure I had enough space and time to do so. But yeah, pretty simple with this combo. It only took me 2 tries. I just made sure to dodge in whenever he did his stomp move, and then run away to build distance. Godfrey was down, and I finally got my 4th talisman slot. Next up was Morgott's, or should I say Margit, because Margit's Shackle actually works on him too, in case you didn't know. This is an item you can buy from patches, and it allows you to pin Morgott to the ground for a few seconds. With this plus the shield strat, I just blasted him. There's not much else to say. This was incredibly easy, and I beat him on my first try. With Morgott dead, I upgraded my shield to +9, and then headed to the Forbidden Lands to fight the Fire Giant boss. This guy threatened to be a problem because not only does he have an absurd amount of health, I also wasn't going to be able to use my shield's weapon art from horseback, so that strategy probably wasn't going to work. I did, however, use the iframes from dismounting my horse pretty frequently to avoid his really big moves. There's a trick to this guy too, though. It's kind of finicky and might take a few tries, but you can lure him up on this cliff on the right side of the arena, and from there, if you jump down, you can get him to follow you and fall off. This leads to one of the funniest transitions into a mid-boss cutscene with his leg breaking, and it fits so perfectly with him falling that it almost feels intentional. After that, phase 2 is pretty much the same. I just ran around him and lured him up on the same cliff, then stood back and watched him crawl off to his death. This is equally funny with him falling flat on his face. Fire Giant down. Next, I let Melina burn the Erdtree and then woke up in Ohio. Running around here was especially fun because even a sneeze from the small enemies would kill me. And then I made it to the Godskin Duo. Oh no. This is a boss that people hate even on normal playthroughs. Even if you're fully leveled, it's still hard. After a couple attempts, I quickly realized that I was going to have to just get good and learn their attacks across dozens and dozens of attempts. There wasn't any simple trick to make this easier. And that meant I couldn't rely on the Godric Great Rune to reach my 19 faith requirement for my build any longer. So without the Great Rune, I was at 15 faith. I could get 3 from Merica's Scar Seal, but that still left me 1 point short. Fortunately, the Commoner's Garb chest piece gives a single point of faith when wearing it. And you can get this as a rare drop from the Grey Guys in Stormvale Castle. So there we go. I had 19 faith and didn't need Great Runes anymore. And hey, if I'm gonna wear a shirt, I might as well put on some pants and a helmet too. As for the fight itself, it was just a lot of pain. My main strategy was to keep my distance between myself and the duo whenever possible, and rely on the pillars to create buffers as well. I'd usually try to take out the big one first, but this was tough because his roll move kept getting me. However, I found that if I lined myself up just right, I could get him stuck on one of the broken pillars, but this wasn't always consistent. It was also incredibly risky whenever I had to reapply the fire incantation since casting it was so slow. In general, I did my best to stay patient and learn from each death. Whenever one of them was about half dead, they'd get stronger moves with more range, so I tried to keep the pressure up to deal with this as little as possible. After probably 40 attempts, I got it. For the first time in the whole run, I felt like I really earned this one. Riding that wave of happiness, I fought the Draconic Tree Sentinel on the Great Bridge and beat him. No poison mist necessary this time. I was feeling good. I was feeling confident. Then I got to the Beast Clergyman / Malekith. It's hard to describe how much pain this fight caused me. I genuinely thought I'd have to end my run here. First of all, he seems to have pretty high holy resistance, which was my only source of damage with the shield. Naturally, every move was a one-shot, and after about 5 tries, I eventually made it to a second phase. But man, I died so fast in that second phase. It was one of those deaths that was so quick that the thought of the effort that would be necessary to actually beat this guy made me want to take a nap. So I asked myself, was there anything I could do to make this easier? The answer was yes. There was an obvious tool I'd been ignoring up until now: spirit summoning. The question, however, was which spirit to go with. The obvious answer seems like the Mimic, since it's usually a powerhouse, but remember that the Mimic summon inherits all of your stats, so I felt like a level 1 Mimic was actually the worst choice I could make. Instead, I decided to go with Black Knife Tish. After watching a few videos on the subject, she seemed like a very solid choice because she has this black flame debuff that she can inflict and it just melts bosses under the right conditions. Only one problem though: I needed to essentially complete Ronnie's entire questline to reach the location where I could get this summon and upgrade all the way. That includes killing Radahn and a few other bosses. I won't go into detail for this whole process since it honestly wasn't that hard, just time consuming. But after a couple hours, I reached the Everjail that held the Black Knife ringleader who I need to kill to get Tish as a summon. Let's see how that fight went. Pretty good. So I got her, upgraded her, and was ready to test her out. But oh no, she requires 132 FP to summon, and I only had like 70. Did I just make a huge mistake? Nope. It turns out you can use the Cerulean Hidden Tier with your Flask of Wondrous Physic. This removes the FP cost of everything for 10 seconds, and it apparently even applies to spells or summons that you didn't have enough FP for in the first place, which was very lucky for me in this scenario. Back to Malakath. My immediate impression was that Tish was helpful, but not quite as helpful as I was expecting. In order for her to get any damage off, I basically had to keep aggro on myself for the entire fight. Another quirk to this fight: sometimes it'll look like Tish is doing more damage than she actually is. Her flame attack does damage over time in addition to stealing extra HP on top of that.
Okay, we probably started blue, so he'd be coming down this way, right?
First, enemy is on Legendary. Has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Destroyed a turret. turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
The boss will recover that second bit of stolen HP when the burning wears off, so that's why Malekith's health will jump up from time to time. Phase 1 eventually became easy. I realized I could block most attacks if he got close, so I just need to back away and keep firing off at him. Phase 2 was the real issue. His attacks are big, quick, and blocking wasn't an option due to chip damage. He also has this one move where he'll flip toward me and do a massive slash and AoE. For the longest time, I kept trying to dodge away or run away, but it would never work. Eventually, I figured out you could just dodge into him with precise timing and get behind him to be safe. And again, I need to keep aggro because Tish would just get eviscerated if he had his attention for more than 5 seconds. Tensions got high. Oh, kill him! Kill him! No! No! But in the end, my patience paid off, and I got him. I didn't keep track of how many times I died, but 50 feels about right. It was time for the final area. First up was Sir Gideon. When you first find him, he stands still and monologues at you. He'll only do this on the first attempt, so I really wanted to capitalize on this and get some free damage in. And lucky me, this guy was a complete joke and a much-needed palate cleanser after Malekith. The fight was over in about 20 seconds. Next up was Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Unlike his spirit form from before, he actually likes to dash around and is much harder. While he was probably about as hard as Malekith, something about this fight felt more fair to me. There was a rhythm to this fight that I was never able to truly find with Malekith. His moves were all telegraphed very clearly, and while the timing for avoiding some of them was tight, I felt like I could do this. The first thing I noticed was that he walks toward you very slowly at the beginning, so I had enough time to do my whole buff routine after stepping inside the arena rather than before. As part of that routine, I added the skill from the Commander Standard Halberd, which was dropped from Commander O'Neill. This provides a 20% boost to damage and defense. I could have been using this earlier, but I just didn't think to do so. It can also affect allies who are close by, but Tish typically didn't stay still long enough to receive the buff. Next, the most reliable attack pattern I found to deal damage was to bait him to dash forward and stomp, and I'd roll into it, get behind him, and then run away. From there, he could do a few different things, but a lot of the time he'd do a side dodge and then a second stomp. This was all free damage though, since I was far enough away that this stomp couldn't hit me. Then, if I was lucky, I could just repeat that loop. The other big thing I noticed in phase 1 is that after dealing about a third of his health bar, he'd do a huge stomp with a shockwave that hit the entire arena. Then, for the rest of phase 1, he would just keep doing these unavoidable giant stomps. This was a problem if I was too slow and my fire buff ran out, since it was impossible to recast it without dying. So I need to be quick enough and deal damage consistently enough to prevent this from happening. Eventually, I got pretty decent at phase 1, so let's talk about phase 2. It's a little intense. My main strategy was to run away immediately, recast the fire incantation, and then just blast him and pray that Tish carries her weight too. He has so many quick and massive attacks, and it's just pretty overwhelming. I died so many times. And then, finally, I got it. I'm not gonna lie, I just got super lucky. I somehow broke his stance at the beginning of phase 2, just kept spamming attacks, and it was enough. Just barely. With Godfrey down, it was time for Radagon, the final boss. Radagon is a really fun fight on normal playthrough. He has a varied and challenging moveset, and it's just a fun spectacle to see him fly around and smash stuff. On a level 1 character though, it's painful. So many moves are so quick. I kept dying, and while I got close a few times, I didn't feel like I was able to establish any sort of consistency in the ways I had with Malekith or Godfrey. It was rough. And you know, at this point, I was pretty much ready to give up. I'd already made it farther than I expected, and it didn't really seem like there was a solution to this fight aside from just extreme precision and actually getting good, which was not the point of this run. That's what I thought, but then my friend mentioned a trick to me. Apparently, if you hit Radagon right as the fight starts and he's still turning around, he'll bug out and his AI will break. He'll freeze and he won't attack you. From there, you can slowly kill him. This is finicky though. Attacks from melee weapons or certain spells will unfreeze him, but if you just use a bow or the carry and slicer spell, he should stay still. I opted for a mix between between Carrion Slicer and Poison Mist. And one more important note, breaking his stance will also unfreeze him. So when I got him down to about half health, I would wait for a minute or so we could recover his invisible stance meter. This process was painfully slow on a level 1 character, but hey, I'll take consistency over speed, and I was willing to use any trick. And then, finally, Radagon was dead. I had beaten the game. Of course not, I'm just kidding, it's a 2-for-1 boss fight. Elden Beast, aka the bane of my existence. I hate this guy. He's actually the worst. No, I'm not mad. Why do you think I'm mad? Also, every time I went to even attempt this fight, I had to go through the whole process of slowly killing Radagon each time. Before I get into the details of the fight, I want to highlight 2 more tools I added to help out. First was the Ash of War, Royal Knight's Resolve. The way this is supposed to work is it lasts 10 seconds and increases the weapon's next hit by 80%. However, it seems that it actually increases all of your damage by 80% for 10 seconds regardless of the source. So for example, you could use this skill on a weapon in your offhand, then switch back to your main weapon to get an 80% damage boost. In this case, this meant my Ice Stomp could do 80% more damage. Not only that, but it lasts for more than one hit using this method, so I could get multiple stomps in during that 10-second window. The second tool I added was the Bloodhound Step Ash of War. This is essentially a powered up version of Quick Step, and I put it on a dagger so I could more easily dodge attacks where I just had to run around. Now, back to the fight. This guy will always start the fight with a Fire Breath attack, and if you're quick, you can get around 6 Ice Stomps in. I also use Royal Knight's Resolve right as phase 1 ended to get extra damage in. From here, he basically always does this ring move, but it's pretty easy to avoid with Bloodhound Step. Then he has a bunch more moves he'll cycle through, but there's one that I could just not figure out. This goddamn homing orb move. It's a homing orb that will follow you for roughly 20 seconds, and it has a bunch of smaller orbs orbiting around it. The best part is it seems to move faster than you can. Rolling away, running away, Bloodhound stepping away, it didn't seem to matter. I got hit every time, and I could not find a single video of a person avoiding this attack entirely. On a normal playthrough, this isn't a huge issue since you can just tank it, but for me on my level 1 character, oof. I got close a few times. I really did, but the homing orb was just too awful. I couldn't do it, and I was cool with calling it there. I was proud of how far I made it, and it had overall been a pretty fun time. But there was one more tool I hadn't used yet. This is a tool that FromSoft makes available to every build and every character. Yep, I summoned a friend to help me. Is this in the spirit of an actual challenge run? No, of course not. But that's not really what this video is. I wanted to showcase all the tools, glitches, and exploits that could be used by a level 1 character to beat the game, and technically getting a friend to help is one of them. Could I have beaten this on my own? Probably yes, but it would have taken many, many hours. And believe it or not, I'm not a masochist. I'll leave Elden Beast for the people who are actually good at this game. However, if you're cool with seeing shenanigans from someone who's not quite at that level, consider subscribing because I'll be making more Elden Ring videos. Thanks for watching, and have a good one.
Cheese bomb? Where'd you learn to drive like this?
First, a wide area would be deforested in order to clear all vegetation. Then, in the strip where the track had been projected, the topsoil would be removed until a solid base was found. Then on this base, the curbs were placed appropriate to the chosen width for the road. Large stones were placed between the curbs to serve as foundations, and on top of them smaller stone layers all mixed up with fine aggregates to fill the gaps. Finally, the surface layer, a mixture of gravel, sand, and clay was added. Tipper carts moved along the already compacted layers to deposit the material for the next layer. After tipping out heaps of material, it had to be spread out with planks, watered from barrels, and finally, compacted with rollers. It was a continuous process until the last layer, the surface layer was finished, which was composed of carefully selected materials of the highest quality. On its surface moved the traffic of carts and draft animals. The final geometry of the road had slightly sloping sides to allow rainwater to be drained outwards and away from the road. And a relevant fact recently discovered: about 20 meters from the road on both sides, ditches were placed to prevent access to the road from unauthorized vehicles. These ditches, the existence of which have only recently been discovered, also increase the visibilities of one's peripheral view, avoiding any surprise from wild animals, and they also made life difficult for possible highway robbers.
In almost every corner of the world, human sacrifices, mostly based on religion, did happen at some point in history. The most treasured thing a human can give up is his life, and, therefore, in the eyes of many throughout history, human sacrifice is the most valuable sacrifice someone can offer to a god or gods. However, despite the fact that human sacrifices did happen at some point throughout history all across the world, no culture brought the act of human sacrifices to such a large extent as the Aztecs did. The Aztecs were a pre-Columbian civilization living in today's central Mexico. The word Aztec is misleading, as it can refer to multiplicities of peoples and polities, but when people use it today, they mostly just mean the Mexica people, whose capital was the city of Tenochtitlan. The Mexica, by the time of the early 16th century, when Cortez arrived to Mexico, were the hegemon of a triple alliance that ruled over a large polity we today call the Aztec Empire. Therefore, we often use the words Aztec and Mexica as interchangeable, even though they're really not. The word Aztec can refer to many different people groups, like, for example, everyone within the Aztec Empire, or everyone who spoke the Nahuatl language, or everyone pertaining to the tribes that migrated from the north to central Mexico, of whom the Mexica people were just one tribe. Due to this ambiguous definition of the word Aztec, it is important to more specifically define the words that I will use in this video. I will use the word Mexica to refer to the people from Tenochtitlan who ruled over what we call the Aztec Empire. I will use the word Aztec as a catch-all word for the religion, because that's what we call it today, the Aztec religion. And also, I will use the word to refer to the polity of the Aztec Empire as a whole and the people within it. Even though, keep in mind, some of these people were not always happy to be in the empire, and they often saw themselves as different from the ruling Mexica. Lastly, I'll use the word Nahua to refer to all the speakers of the Nahuatl language, of whom the Mexica were just one peoples. Also, to confuse things even more, the Aztec Empire didn't only have Nahuatl speakers within it, and not all Nahuatl speakers were within the Aztec Empire. Therefore, if I want to talk about everyone who lived in pre-Columbian Central Mexico, I'll just say people in Central Mexico. I know it all sounds very confusing right now, but pre-Columbian Central Mexico was anything but simple. So, to understand how a civilized society could create an institution so prevalent with human sacrifices, we must first understand the religion that often drove the Mexicas and other Central Mexican people's need for human sacrifices. Due to the often dubious nature of sources we have about the Aztec Empire, its people, and their religion, there are multiple versions of various religious myths, including the creation myth. It is also probable that the people living in Central Mexico, who largely shared their religious beliefs with the Mexica, had all slightly different versions of gods, myths, and rituals. Such a thing is not unusual for polytheistic religions, and we see a similar thing in ancient Greece, for example. With that said, there are two main Aztec creation myths. I will present one of them here, and you can watch the other in this TED-Ed video. The people of Central Mexico believed they lived in the time of the fifth iteration of the sun. Every previous iteration of the sun ended by the destruction of the sun and the human race. The humans that are alive now, in the fifth iteration, were created by the god Quetzalcoatl. He used the bones of the humans who lived during the fourth iteration of the sun and his own blood to create the current humans. The fifth sun itself was created by the god Huitzilopochtli, who sacrificed himself to become the sun so he could nourish the world. However, Huitzilopochtli's sister, Coyolxauhqui, the goddess of the moon, hated Huitzilopochtli and wanted to destroy him. As such, every night, when the moon rises, trying to destroy the sun, Huitzilopochtli fights off his sister, ultimately winning and creating the next day. With that said, Huitzilopochtli needs the help of humans through the means of human sacrifices, auto-sacrifice, and religious rituals to keep successfully fighting off his sister every night. Whether you choose to go with this creation myth, or the other one I already mentioned, or with the myriad of other variations on these two creation myths, it doesn't really matter, as all of them have certain central themes that don't change. Same goes for the Aztec religion as a whole. There might be sources with different variations on myths and gods, but the main themes largely remain the same. These main themes being: 1. The gods used their own blood to create humans in one way or another, and therefore the humans are indebted by blood to the gods. 2. The sun needs human sacrifices so that there is a next day. This does not, however, mean there has to be a sacrifice for each new day. It's not like a daily payment or something. 3. Human sacrifice is the most venerated way to show proper honor to the gods, and therefore, if you want something very important from them, like for example rain for the crops from Tlaloc, the god of water, you have to give him a human sacrifice. 4. If there are no human sacrifices and no proper honor is shown to the gods, not only will the sun lose to the moon, but also the humans will be destroyed. This, for example, happened in the second iteration of the sun when Tezcatlipoca Oka, the god of rulers, priests, and war, was disgusted by the impiety of the humans and turned them all into monkeys. These main factors of the Aztec religion created the basis upon which the Central Mexican societies built their institution that normalized the killing of humans. Majority of people today, when someone talks about the quote-unquote Aztec sacrifices, picture the most common type of sacrifice, and that is the cutting out of the heart and presenting it to the gods. However, in reality, there were many different sacrificial rituals. Some involved drowning, others burning or forced starvation, and some even involved elaborate ritualistic enacting of a predetermined battle where the unarmed sacrificial victim was killed by several heavily armed soldiers. Plus, different gods and festivals, along with different circumstances like a drought or flooding, required different rituals. The victims of these rituals also varied. Most numerous were enemies captured in a war, but slaves, regular citizens, and even sometimes noblemen were also sacrificed in certain circumstances. The age and gender of the victims also mattered, as, for example, Tlaloc, the god of rain and water, required child sacrifices for the rains to come, while Toki, the mother goddess, required a female sacrifice. Before I mention any details about the quote-unquote Aztec human sacrifices, what must be said is that, unless directly specified, I'm not only talking about the Mexica here. Yes, many of the sources that talk about sacrifices in detail are about the Mexica, but my presentation of an Aztec human sacrifice is a general overview of the type of sacrifice that was conducted, as far as we know, in most of late pre-Columbian Central Mexico. We know from some sources that the various Nahuas and other peoples of Central Mexico did share very similar religious beliefs, customs, and did conduct similar human sacrifices. As one Nahua put it, before them, the gods, we kiss the ground, we bleed, we pay our debts to the gods, offer incense, make human sacrifices, we live by the grace of the gods. Therefore, it would be reasonable to think that the details we have about the Mexica human sacrifices are similar to that of the sacrifices conducted by other Nahuas and Central Mexican peoples, especially when it comes to the most common type of sacrifice, the extraction of the heart. Imagine you're a warrior, captured in a battle by the enemy who promptly brought you to their city temple to sacrifice you. This is not unusual. In fact, the society you live in has created a system of ritualistic wars called the Flower Wars, one of the purposes of which was to capture enemy soldiers for sacrifices. The battles of these Flower Wars occurred on predetermined plains with predetermined army sizes. The point of the battle wasn't to kill the enemy, but to capture as many enemies as you can so that you can sacrifice them in your city temple. People would still die during these battles, but not as many as in an actual war. By the way, a bit of a side note, the Mexica and other Central Mexican peoples could also wage normal war. There's a common misconception that when the Spanish arrived, the Mexica lost so easily to them because they tried to fight them in the style of the Flower War and tried to capture them rather than killing them. But that's not true. The Mexica were fully capable of waging a quote-unquote ordinary war of conquest. Of course, when possible, they would capture some enemies for sacrifices, but that wasn't their goal. Their goal was to win. And as Ross Hazing states in his book Aztec Warfare, as demonstrated by the use of ambushes, circumvention of battling armies, and firing of enemy temples and cities, the Aztec leadership was not overly concerned with how victories were won in wars of conquest. If needed for victory, the Mexica were not against employing the tactics of a total war. Anyways, back to sacrificing. You go through a series of rituals and cleansing to prepare you to be sacrificed, after which you're taken to the foot of the temple. As you're waiting at the foot of the pyramid, you're not there alone. Depending what deity you're being sacrificed for, or during which type of ceremony you're being sacrificed, there could be any number of people waiting there with you. These could be other fellow warriors captured in the battle, or some slaves bought from the market, or some local citizens that were chosen to be sacrificed along with you. For now, let's say there are some local citizens there ready to be sacrificed along with you, and a bunch of other captured warriors. Some local people walk up to their fellow citizens waiting to be sacrificed and tell them their personal stories and problems, and politely ask them to bring these issues up to the gods once they're sacrificed. The citizens ready to be sacrificed listen carefully to their fellow citizens' problems, and in return are being given great praise and admiration by their peers. Being sacrificed for your city is given great honor in your society, and the family you leave behind could even be able to move up social ranks thanks to your sacrifice. With that said, you, in your current situation, are given little honor. Sure, there is honor in being sacrificed, but there is little honor in being sacrificed by the enemy to the enemy's gods. However, being sacrificed is the nature of life for you. It is how it is, and it has always been this. And even though there's no honor in being sacrificed by the enemy, there is still huge dishonor in not being sacrificed when you have already been chosen and prepared to be sacrificed. Not being sacrificed at this point is worse than being sacrificed by your enemy to their gods. This is why when Cortez's expedition freed some sacrificial victims, they indignantly rejected the offer of release and demanded to be sacrificed. As one 16th century Nahua put it, it was never found out whether any one of those that were chosen to be sacrificed had fled. For to flee seemed a thing unworthy of men that presented such a great majesty as this idol, so as not to be held as cowardly and fearfully with perpetual infamy, not only in this land but also in his own, and so they wished first to die to earn eternal fame, because they held this to be glory and happy end. However, with that said, it is also clear that not all people viewed it this way. Dying is still dying, and some people did not want to die even if it brought honor to them and their family. That is why, when some captive lost his strength, fainted, only went continually throwing himself on the ground, they, the priests, just dragged him to the altar. But when one made an effort. He went strong of heart. He went shouting. He did not go downcast. He did not go spiritless. He went extolling. He went exalting his city. Whether you choose to go to your sacrifice at the top of the pyramid with a strong conviction and a head held high, or by throwing yourself on the ground and shouting, is up to you. But it does go to show that there were people in pre-Columbian Central Mexican society that did not want to be sacrificed and had to be dragged to the altar unwillingly. Nevertheless, climbing the very steep steps of the pyramid, which were bloodied by the corpses of the people sacrificed before you, whose lifeless bodies were thrown down the steps next to you, must have been a very daunting task even for the most devout of people. Looking down from the pyramid, you see a great gathering of people singing ritualistic songs specific to that particular sacrificial event. Many of the people in the crowd also participated in auto-sacrifice, which involves the letting of blood for the gods. It must have been truly a fervent spectacle. We also know that the Central Mexican peoples used hallucinogenic drugs, and we're pretty sure they were somehow used in ceremonies, mostly by the nobility and the priests, but the exact extent of the use of drugs in sacrificial ceremonies is unknown. As one historian said, despite claims that corrosive chemicals were extensively used in Aztec culture, they are very rarely mentioned in accounts of sacrificial ceremonies. Therefore, we don't really know the extent of the use of these drugs in ceremonies. With that said, keep in mind, as you're trying to climb the steep, bloody steps of the pyramid, with the bodies of the sacrificial victims before you falling down the steps, and the citizens behind you singing while bloodletting, you and the priest sacrificing you could also be hallucinating. Once you make it to the top of the pyramid, one of Cortez's conquistadors tells us the men and women who were to be sacrificed to their gods were thrown on their backs and of their own accord remained perfectly still. Again, this probably goes back to the fact that some people went to the sacrifice with their heads held high, with no fear, with the belief that they are doing the right thing. However, there most certainly were others who had to be held down on the sacrificial stone, as attested to by one source which stated that the 5 priests of sacrifice followed them. They were to hold down the feet, hands, and heads of the victims. Each prisoner they took to the sacrificial place, when they had forced him to stand up on the stone, which was the figure and likeness of the sun, they threw him upon his back. One took him by the right arm, another by the left, one by his left foot, another by his right, while the 5th priest tied his neck with a cord and held him down so that he could not move. It is clear, again, that some people had to be held down for the sacrifice as they presumably did not want to be sacrificed. Once the heart was extracted by a priest with an extremely sharp obsidian knife, it was presented to the specific idol of the god the ceremony was for, and afterwards the heart was often burned, with the ashes being kept as an important relic. The now lifeless body was then tossed down the steep steps of the pyramid, and preparations were made for the next person in line to be sacrificed. The bodies that piled up at the bottom of the pyramid were ceremoniously butchered, and the various parts of the body were used in multiple ways. The skull was put on a skull rack called sompantli, other parts of the body were given to the zoo animals to eat, and some parts of the body, on occasions when the victim was captured in battle, were given to the warrior that captured the victim, and he would ceremoniously eat it with his family. This heart extraction sacrifice I talked about is the quote most common type of sacrifice, and it was practiced by all the major Central Mexican peoples during the period of the Aztec Empire. The second sacrifice I'm going to be talking about is, as far as we know, specific to Tenochtitlan and the Mexica people. The preparations for the sacrificial ceremony started a year before the actual ceremony in the month of Toxcatl, which is roughly the month of May. During this month, a young male was chosen to be the impersonator of Tezcatlipoca, the god of rulers, priests, war, and a bunch of other things. This chosen young man was either a slave or a war captive. Once chosen to be the impersonator, the man was taught various skills like how to play the flute, sing, and speak in the manner befitting of a god. He was also painted completely black, barring his eyes, and adorned with precious jewelry and cotton-embroidered clothes. Then, for a year, the young man would walk around the city of Tenochtitlan playing the flute, smoking tobacco, and interacting with the people as the earthly manifestation of the god Tezcatlipoca. It is said that no one could refuse the request of the impersonator, and several times he would even meet with the Mexica ruler. The young man was also ritually wed to 4 maidens with whom he spent a lot of time. When the year passed, on the same day in May that he was chosen to be the impersonator of Tezcatlipoca, the young man walked up the steps of the pyramid, broke his flute in half, and made preparations to be sacrificed. As always, a great crowd of people would gather in front of the temple, sing songs, and participate in auto-sacrifice. The priests could only sacrifice the impersonator once he gave them the approval. This way, the impersonator of Tezcatlipoca chose his own time when to die. Once dead, the body of the impersonator was flayed, and the flesh was distributed among the nobles of the city and eaten. His skull, as always, was put on its ompantli. Also, during the ceremony, other people and other gods impersonators were sacrificed, and the next year's impersonator of Tezcatlipoca was chosen, and so the cycle continued. As stated before, there were many other types of sacrificial ceremonies than just the 2 I talked about, but hopefully this closer look at these 2 sacrifices gave you an idea of how these ceremonies looked like. Now that we have discussed why the sacrifices happened and how the sacrifices happened, let's talk about why the sacrifices happened. Yes, you heard right. So far we only mentioned that the Aztec religion created the basis upon which the Central Mexican societies built their institutions that normalized the killing of humans. But religion wasn't the only factor for why it happened. It was undoubtedly a major aspect that created the tools, the means, and the basis for sacrifices to occur, but according to some historians, it wasn't the only reason. Historians have come up with 3 ideas for why sacrifices were so prevalent in central Mexico, one of which we already discussed, religion, but there could have also been a political and ecological aspect to it. First, the ecological argument. This argument focuses on the cannibalism aspect of human sacrifices and was proposed by historian Michael Harner and later revised by Marvin Harris. The main core of the argument claims that cannibalism was a dietary necessity in central Mexico since the area lacked in any kind of domesticable large herbivores. This meant that pre-Columbian central Mexican society was deficient in essential amino acids, and the only way to get them was through cannibalism. This is why many of the sacrificial rituals we talked about involve some kind of cannibalism, and why the religious institution that normalized the killing of humans was retained in the society. This theory came under a lot of attack by other historians who argued that there were plenty of huntable animals in central Mexico like salamanders, fowls, armadillos, weasels, etc. And there are also accounts of the central Mexican people raising large numbers of dogs to sell and eat. Plus, nutrients needed from meat could also be found in local plants like the leaves and seeds of amaranth. There is also a case to be made that the cannibalism aspects of central Mexican sacrifices we find in the sources could be overblown due to the nature of the sources, but more on the nature of the sources later in the video. Second, we'll look at the political argument. The political argument was championed by historians Godfrey Conrad and Arthur Demarest. This argument, rather than trying to explain the practice of human sacrifices in central Mexico as a whole, focuses more on the rulers of the Aztec Empire, the Mexica. This is because even though, as discussed, human sacrifices were prevalent in all central Mexican societies, it can be argued that the Mexica brought the scale of human sacrifice to an extent previously unseen in central Mexico. From the sources we read, it seems like the Mexica sacrificed way more people than any other central Mexican society did, and they may have even used these extensive sacrifices as a scare tactic against their enemies and to keep their vassals in check. The political explanation argues that the Mexica, when they became the hegemon of the Triple Alliance that formed the Aztec Empire, created an imperial cult around their patron god, Huitzilopochtli, that imposed on the Mexica the religious duty of warfare, conquest, and sacrifices. In essence, the religion of the Mexica was manipulated for political reasons to create the basis upon which the policy of imperialism could be conducted more freely and efficiently. The religion, that already practiced human sacrifices, but not to such an extent, was altered to fit the political agenda of expansion and conquest. Through the religious demand for more sacrifices, the Mexica could easily conduct and justify their frequent wars and subjugations, which, on top of expanding their economic and political power, also gave them a steady supply of the much-needed sacrificial victims. The political argument has also come under attack from some historians who believe it overshadows the pure religious importance of human sacrifices in the Mexica society. Herbert Burhen states that we are asked to accept the intensification of human sacrifice and cannibalism as rationale because it led to Mexica prosperity and hegemony. The Mexica leaders were not blinded by superstition into ordering vicious and brutal acts, but were rather pursuing eminently rational, if somewhat short-sighted, dictates of realpolitik. We may be able to recognize the rational shape of the actions of Mexica leaders, but we do not know whether they considered their actions in terms of the reasons we infer. They may have just been acting the way they did because of increasing religious fanaticism, which was correlated with the expansion of the empire, but did not dictate it. I'm not convinced by the ecological argument. I also believe religion had a very strong role to play in why, essentially, the killing of humans in a ritualistic manner was so normalized in the societies of central Mexico. However, the Aztec Empire, and central Mexico as a whole, was quite a diverse place, and the reasons for human sacrifices by one peoples could have been different from other peoples. All of them definitely had a religious reason, but when it comes to the powerful states, such as that of the Mexica, I don't think religion was the only factor that drove the sacrificial rituals. There must have been some kind of political involvement. Lastly, I also don't think the sacrificing of humans was as normalized in central Mexican society as much as we may think it was. On top of the sources mentioning that being sacrificed was an honor, something a person would want to do, there are also snippets showing that some people did not want to be sacrificed, as I have demonstrated when talking about the specific rituals. There are also hints in the mythology that not everyone in the central Mexican society were happy with the sacrifices. For example, the god Quetzalcoatl is mentioned in multiple myths as being against human sacrifices. To quote, "It is told and related that many times during the life of Quetzalcoatl, sorcerers tried to ridicule him into making the human payment, into taking human lives as payment/tribute. But he always refused. He did not consent because he greatly loved his subjects." There were also many people in the society who probably never thought much of the human sacrifices and or, even though against it, went with it because that was the nature of life for them. As historian Camila Townsend put it, surely there were many more of the Mexica who simply never thought much about it. Like people in so many times and places who choose not to see the pain inflicted on other people when it is more convenient not to. It would, therefore, be inappropriate to talk about all the Central Mexican peoples or even all the Mexica as being completely fine with human sacrifices. But, at the same time, it is definitive that human sacrifices were normalized to a large extent and seen as a fact of life for the majority of the population. Lastly, now we come to the problem with everything I just talked about. Basically, all we know about the people in the Aztec Empire and the surrounding areas come from mostly colonial-era sources. These sources include accounts of conquistadors, general colonizers, Nahua songs, and books written by Nahuas or Nahuatl-speaking peoples, but not only them, which are called codices. The Nahuas wrote codices before the Spanish arrival, but the majority of them did not survive as they were extensively burned by the Spanish and the Catholic Church. Today, there are only 3 complete pre-colonial Mexica codices, and even these 3 codices are being questioned by historians whether they truly were made in the pre-colonial era, as they do have some similarities similarities to colonial codices. Nevertheless, since we have only 3 surviving, possibly pre-colonial Mexica codices, today's historians have to rely a lot on colonial sources. You probably know that relying on colonial sources isn't the best, as accounts of conquistadors and colonizers were often biased against the natives to justify their conquest. For example, Cortez's first letter to the Spanish king Charles V was found to be heavily edited by a royal committee before it got to the king. The committee wanted to present Cortez's actions in Mexico the most favorably for the Spanish crown, and therefore they altered parts of it before showing it to the king. This existent bias is why I mentioned the cannibalism in our sources could be overplayed. It is also due to this Spanish bias why a lot of the numbers about how many people were being sacrificed by the Mexica, or Central Mexican peoples in general, are sometimes laughably over-exaggerated. To give you an example, when the main pyramid of Tenochtitlan, known today as Templo Mayor, was refurbished and reworked in 1487, a giant 4-day dedication ceremony was held at the top of the temple with 4 separate sacrificial altars. Some of the Spanish colonial sources state that during this ceremony, 80,400 people were sacrificed, which is roughly 14 people a minute, or 3.5 people per minute per altar for 96 hours straight. This is obviously logistically impossible, and such a high number is certainly a Spanish fabrication. Most historians today put the number of sacrifices for the dedication of the temple somewhere between 4 to 20,000, which must be stated, even at its lower end, is still a very sizable number for just a single event. According to one source, the smell of blood was so strong in the city that it became unendurable to the people. Overall, you can clearly see the problematic nature of using colonial sources. However, as always, there's much more nuance to this statement. For example, as already mentioned, there are colonial codices that were written by Nahuas. This would, in theory, be great, as we get their own opinion, but there's more caveats to that. For example, as mentioned at the start of the video, not all Nahuas were the Mexica or were within the Aztec Empire. Also, not all Nahuas liked the Mexica or other Nahuas, and it is sometimes hard in the colonial period to separate the various Nahuas from each other, as the Spanish, and sometimes even the various Nahuas themselves, just called everyone Nahuas, or, even more broadly, Indians or Amerindians. It is also due to the Spanish treatment of grouping all the Amerindians together that the societal and cultural differences that existed in the pre-colonial period among various Nahuas and also other Central Mexican peoples got muddied and often coalesced in the colonial era. As historian Ramos Gabriela put it, an important change that marked the colonial period was that indigenous intellectuals had to negotiate the Spanish idea of the colonial Indians, because the Spanish just put them all together. All of this makes their interpretation of the colonial sources even harder, as they can represent the collage of traditions from various pre-Columbian peoples. Yes, there were codices that did talk about the history of other peoples or tribes in the Mexica. For example, Codex Xolpo, that, even though talked about the history of the entire Valley of Mexico, focused more on the people of Texcoco rather than the Mexica. However, just a few generations after the conquest, the tradition of separate peoples or tribes living in Central Mexico mostly died out, with larger cultural and ethnic groupings forming, like that of the Nahuas, or again, even more broadly, the Indians/Amerindians. And the colonial written histories, even though some more than others, reflected this change. On top of dealing with this cultural and ethnic nuance of the sources, we also have to deal with the fact that many codices, like the Florentine Codex, were written by native Nahuatl speakers, but under the supervision of Spanish friars. In case of the Florentine Codex, it was Bernardino de Sahagún. Therefore, whether this codex represents the genuine information of a native Nahua population or a heavily edited version of it by a Spanish friar is unknown. And many other codices, like Codex Mendoza, were written in a similar context. This colonial context should, however, not always be considered bad. For example, a Dominican friar, Diego Duran, who grew up in Mexico as his family moved to the colony very early after the conquest, knew Nahuatl as he grew up there. He was also friends with many local Nahuas and interviewed many elder Nahuatl speakers for his book, The History of the Indies of New Spain. During his time, he was even criticized for being too favorable to the natives. So as always, there's a lot of problems with the sources, but there's also some good in them, which makes the whole thing of relying on them that much harder, because we cannot simply disregard them, but also have to be very careful with what we take from them. This is, for example, the reason why I did not talk about any specific numbers of how many sacrifices were conducted per year by the Mexica or the whole Valley of Mexico in general, because with the nature of the sources, it is really hard to tell. There definitely were human sacrifices and cannibalism happening in pre-Columbian Central Mexico. The sheer amount of written and archaeological evidence for that is unquestionable, but extrapolating numbers of victims being sacrificed every year from that is really hard. Lastly, it is prudent to mention that the Spanish weren't the only ones that altered sources we rely on today. The Mexica did the same thing. King Ixtlahuatl, who ruled over the Mexica from 1427 to 1440, destroyed most of the early historical codices of the Mexica people and of their conquered subjects because he said it is not wise that all the people should know the histories. Ixtlahuatl did this right after he came to the throne of Tenochtitlan and secured the independence of the Mexica people from their enemies. Therefore, this action of burning books can be interpreted as a way of solidifying a single national mythological narrative, which might not have been completely true. It is also this event that proponents of the political arguments point to when they talk about the creation of an imperial cult that drove the large numbers of sacrifices conducted by the Mexica. So, to summarize, the history of the Mexica people, or the Aztec Empire in general, that we know today, and that is presented in books and channels like mine or Invicta, is a history that was altered by King Ixtlahuatl, who was trying to build a national narrative, whose history largely survives in colonial Spanish sources that were written with their own biases, but all of that does not mean that all the sources are unusable. There are many facts and themes shared among all the sources. There are also genuine Nahua statements in many colonial codices, and by cross-referencing all this and using the historical methods, we can reach a very well-informed understanding of not just the Mexica or Nahua societies, but of all the pre-Columbian Central Mexican societies. Through this, we can gain a much better picture of how these societies functioned and how they came to normalize, or more truly, and ritualize the act of killing humans in a religious context. Before I say anything, go check out Stefan Millo's video. He's also talking about pre-Columbian sacrifices, but from a more archaeological standpoint. I have been working on this video in the background ever since I read the paper Mass Murder or Religious Homicide, Rethinking Human Sacrifice and Interpersonal Violence in Aztec Society, which was actually over a year ago now. However, the paper made me so interested in the topic that I decided I had to make a video on it, no matter how long it will take me to make, and here we are. 1 year later with an almost 40-minute video. I would highly recommend reading the pinned comment for this video, as there are still many things I didn't have time to talk about. Like the ball game, for example, or the fact that pre-Columbian Central Mexican codices weren't really written, or the whole mess of a topic that is the pre-Columbian Central Mexican ethnic groups, etc. All of that is in the pinned comment. My entire bibliography, as always, is in my script, which you can download for free on my Patreon. Lastly, I'm pretty sure this video is not monetized, as YouTube is not happy with me talking about uncomfortable history in an educated, well-researched, and infinitely nuanced manner, because they do not promote proper educational content if it's uncomfortable. Anyways, if you enjoyed this video, please do consider supporting me on Patreon, or getting my channel's YouTube membership for some extra stickers, or just buying me some coffee. Any help is appreciated, because I just spent a year on a video that isn't even monetized. Anyways, as always, my name is Legaaaaaaaaaalllllll, and stick around for history.
has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. inhibitor has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Has been slain. Your inhibitor is respawning soon. been slain. Enemy triple kill. Aced.
Sometime around the year 1200 BCE, human civilization did an oopsie. Within the short span of one generation, the majority of Earth's most technologically advanced civilizations faced an existential crisis. Nearly all of them failed the test. The resulting collapse was a turning point in human history, similar in scope to the collapse of the Roman Empire. The old world died, and the Bronze Age died with it. The odd thing is that we barely understand why this happened. There are a bunch of theories, but nothing definitive. We'll get into that in a moment, but first, an introduction. When the Bronze Age began in Western Asia, it brought to an end an old world of tiny city-states, ruled by an oppressive class of totalitarian priests. The new world that came after was one full of possibilities. Vast, sweeping empires grew up seemingly out of nowhere. New religions, new systems of government, new cultures, new technology, all at once, all at a breakneck pace. Revolutions in farming led to massive food surpluses, which in turn allowed for these huge, bustling, multicultural cities. These new cities participated in a dynamic system of international trade, totally unlike the cloistered city-states that preceded them. By the late Bronze Age, the big players were Egypt, Cyprus, the Mycenaeans, the Hittite Empire, Assyria, and Babylonia. Each of these states, without exception, faced an existential crisis around the year 1200 BCE. Within a generation, most of them were gone. Here's what we know. Sometime around the beginning of the 12th century, the king of Ugarit, a city in the Hittite Empire, wrote a letter to the king of Cyprus. My father, now the ships of the enemy have come. They have been setting fire to my cities and have done harm to the land. Doesn't my father know that all of my infantry and chariots are stationed in Kat, and that all of my ships are stationed in the land of Luca? Kat was another name for the Hittite capital, several hundred kilometers inland. Luca was several hundred kilometers to the west, on the Aegean coast. They have not arrived back yet, and so the land is thus prostrate, defenseless. May my father be aware of this matter. Now the 7 ships of the enemy which have been coming have done harm to us. Now if other ships of the enemy turn up, send me a report somehow so that I will know. The Hittites promised to send the king of Ugarit reinforcements, but it was too late. The last known letter to leave Ugarit reads, when your messenger arrived, the army was humiliated and the city was sacked. Our food in the threshing floors was burnt, and the vineyards were also destroyed. Our city is sacked. May you know it. May you know it. The king of Cyprus was well aware of what was happening on the mainland, but he had problems of his own. Cyprus was under attack at the same time. Several larger cities, especially on the western coast, were burned, and many of the smaller cities further inland were simply abandoned. Wealthy residents buried their valuables, with plans to return once the crisis had blown over. They never returned. Things were different in Greece. For the last 100 years, the Mycenaeans had been plagued by internal instability. There are signs of destruction everywhere. The ruins of these cities leave evidence of massive fires, intermixed with arrowheads and weapons, which paints a pretty clear picture of a series of battles in which the defenders were ultimately defeated. Other cities leave evidence of smaller fires, confined solely to the palace structures in the center of the cities. This indicates some kind of popular uprising in which local kings were overthrown, not just in one city, but in many cities. Still, other cities show signs of being abandoned, either because of famine or natural disaster, or both. On the whole, the picture is fuzzy, but it's fair to say that there was chaos in Greece. It was even worse in Anatolia, the homeland of the Hittites. Archaeological evidence suggests that every major city in Anatolia may have been at least partially destroyed during this period. This was especially true up and down the coast. In fact, we now know that the city of Troy was destroyed at this time. Recent archaeological digs there have found arrowheads still lodged in the ruined walls of a city, and evidence of a fire. Further inland, things get a little more mysterious. The Hittite capital, which only a few years earlier was being protected by the king of Ugarit's army, was largely abandoned. It would later be stormed and burned, just like all the others. For a long time, this abrupt, region-wide collapse was inexplicable. Historians knew that it happened, but they couldn't tell you how or why. But in the second half of the 19th century, Egyptian archaeological discoveries provided a hair-raising and revolutionary explanation for this mysterious collapse. This inscription was discovered in an Egyptian temple in Medinet Habu. It changed our understanding of the late Bronze Age forever. Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III describes several waves of foreign invaders arriving on the shores of Egypt over the course of 30 years. The inscription at Medinet Habu reads, "The foreign countries made a conspiracy in their islands. All at once, the lands were removed and scattered in the fray. No land could stand before their arms. They were coming forward toward Egypt, while the flame was prepared before them. They laid their hands on the land as far as the circuit of the earth, their hearts confident and trusting. Our plans will succeed." The Egyptians had some guesses as to who these invaders were, but they couldn't be certain. Historians have simply taken to calling them the Sea Peoples. We now think that the Sea Peoples were a loose coalition of groups from all across the Mediterranean. We can't be 100% sure of this, but we can say with some confidence that most of them were from Sicily, Sardinia, Crete, and the Aegean coast, maybe some other places too. Some wore feathered headdresses, while others wore horned helmets or simple leather caps. Some wore kilts, while others wore tunics. Some went into battle wearing full body armor, while others fought shirtless. What united these groups was their reason for coming. This was a migration. We know that they came on boats and on wagons, with their families and all of their worldly possessions. What brought them here is another question that we'll get into later. By the time the Sea Peoples finally arrived in Egypt, virtually every other Bronze Age civilization had been overrun. The Mycenaeans in Greece, the Hittites in Anatolia, Canaan in the Levant, Cyprus in Cyprus, all gone. Some states further inland were less affected by the invasions, but they were so weakened by the collapse of their neighbors that their days were numbered as well. When the Sea Peoples began their migration, they couldn't have imagined that it would have been this successful. All the way up until Egypt, every attempt to resist them failed. Why? In order to understand this, we need to talk about Bronze Age warfare. Chariots. Chariots, chariots, chariots. Bronze Age warfare in Western Asia was all about chariots. In the early Bronze Age, they were primarily used for transportation, but by the Intermediate Bronze Age, the militaries of every major state in the region were completely designed around the use of the chariot. A chariot of this period usually consisted of a team of 2 horses pulling a team of 2 humans, 1 driver and 1 archer. The humans, I mean. The horses and the driver were trained for speed and maneuverability, and at full speed could move roughly twice as fast as a human could run. The archer wielded a composite bow, not as clumsy or random as a regular bow. It was smaller and lighter, with better accuracy, range, and firepower. It was a state-of-the-art piece of technology. In this period, it could punch through roughly 3 inches of metal. So a full chariot team had everyone else beat when it came to speed, range, and firepower. This is a bit of a tangent, but it's said that the moment the HMS Dreadnought touched water in the year 1906, every other ship in the ocean became obsolete. The HMS Dreadnought was the best in the world when it came to speed, range, and firepower, which meant that it could just sit back and pick off enemy ships at a distance, and then outrun anybody who came too close. Like the Dreadnought, Bronze Age chariots had speed, range, and firepower. Like the Dreadnought, they could just sit back and pick off enemies at a distance. Like the Dreadnought, they could outrun anybody who came too close. An experienced group of chariots were capable of defeating an army 10 times its size. This revolutionized Bronze Age warfare. But they were expensive as hell. Horses had to be specifically bred and trained, which cost a small fortune. The equipment was all handcrafted by artisans, and cost at least twice as much as the horses did. The loss of a single chariot was catastrophic, and so chariots went into battle with thousands of inexpensive spearmen and archers deployed in a defensive line. The infantry could protect friendly chariots that needed to repair or regroup, or they could rush forward and destroy enemy chariots that were damaged or caught in a bad position. As we get into the late Bronze Age, the region was in the midst of a chariot arms race, and then the Sea Peoples came. Unlike the Bronze Age civilizations of Western Asia, the Sea Peoples fought on foot. Instead of using spearmen and archers to form a defensive shield for their chariots, the Sea Peoples wielded long swords and javelins, and they fought with an unmatched aggression. I've seen the Sea Peoples described as skirmishers, but I don't think that quite covers it. A much better word I've seen used is runners. The Sea Peoples were runners. They were highly mobile and weren't locked down into tight little groups like the spearmen were. Instead, their way of fighting was to explode outwards in unexpected bursts. This fact made the Sea Peoples chariot killers. The whole reason a chariot was effective was that they could outrun a person on foot. But was the same true of 10 people? 100 people? What if they were coming at them from different directions? What if they got cut off from the main group? Chariots couldn't exactly turn on a dime, so it only took one wrong move for the Sea People's runners to overwhelm and destroy a chariot. And like I said, the loss of a single chariot was catastrophic. The defensive line of spearmen and archers were supposed to protect against something like this, but in practice, the highly mobile Sea Peoples were able to get behind their lines quite easily. As a response to these new tactics, defensive lines grew and grew and grew. It appears that by the end of this period, the armies facing off against the Sea Peoples were 10 times larger than they were at the beginning. As I said before, towards the end of this period, Egypt was pretty much the last state standing. Virtually all of its neighbors had fallen to the Sea Peoples. The inscription at Medinet Habu depicts the final battle against the Sea Peoples at the mouth of the Nile. Look at how the inscription emphasizes how large the Egyptian army had become. Here's a row of spearmen, and then a row of archers, and here's the pharaoh Ramses III personally leading the battle, standing on the bodies of his enemies. And then of course, here's the mighty chariot, prominently displayed, but not playing a decisive role in the battle. Clearly, the bulk of the fighting was among the spearmen and the archers. In writing, we are told that the Egyptians protected the mouth of the Nile by making a wall out of ships, each loaded with archers. We're also told that every spearman in Egypt was in position and waiting for the Sea Peoples to land on shore. The inscription at Medinet Habu tells us the final result of the battle. Here are some Sea Peoples taken captive and being led away. Here is some unspeakable carnage. Of course, this is a piece of Egyptian propaganda, but we have no reason to doubt that this was the result. After so many incredible successes, the Sea Peoples were finally defeated in Egypt. But even in victory, Egypt suffered. From this moment forward, Egypt was a second-rate power, and even after 1,000 years, it had not yet fully recovered. The fact that Egypt was so badly damaged by the collapse of international trade is a clue. There has to be more to the story than the Sea Peoples. Scholars have been pulling at this thread for the last couple of decades, and the evidence is convincing. Bronze Age civilizations needed bronze, obviously. Without a constant supply, many of their cutting-edge technologies began to deteriorate. Bronze is made by combining 9 parts copper with 1 part tin. Copper is a relatively common metal, but it's difficult to mine. Most of these Bronze Age civilizations had their own small mining operations, but the real action was in Cyprus. Cyprus was absolutely swimming in copper, and mining it was dead easy. This transformed the island into a fabulously wealthy hub of international trade. That brings us to tin. Tin is funny because it's actually extremely rare, and it's not evenly distributed across the earth. There was a tiny tin mine in Anatolia, controlled by the Hittites, but it didn't produce nearly enough to supply the entire region. After that, there weren't many options. The next closest major source was all the way over in modern Afghanistan, more than 3,000 kilometers away. You can just imagine how expensive and dangerous it was to haul tin all the way from Afghanistan to Cyprus. There were alternative sources, but it was tough. There was a smaller mine in Italy and another small mine in Spain, but these alone couldn't meet demand. There wasn't another deposit on the scale of the Afghanistan mine until you get all the way up to Cornwall on the island of Britain. It might shock you to learn that people actually made this trip. It was a risky voyage, but if you made it back, it was worth it. So as you can see, any disruption to this supply chain meant that it was no longer possible for Bronze Age civilizations to produce bronze, which by very definition was a problem. So the argument goes that the Sea People's attacks disrupted international trade, slowed down the production of bronze, and weakened every state in the region. It was a vicious cycle. More attacks meant less trade. Less trade made everybody even more vulnerable to additional attacks. As the Bronze Age states collapsed, the situation grew even more dire. But there might have been more to this story. Even if you put the whole international trade angle to the side, this entire region may have been much weaker than it seemed. According to experts, the migration of the Sea Peoples coincided with a 50-year period where Western Asia was riddled with massive earthquakes. I'm no scientist, but that seems bad. It's possible that these earthquakes were absolutely wrecking the economy in the region. Some of the cities that were abandoned for mysterious reasons may have in fact been abandoned after a seismic event. There's at least some evidence of earthquakes destroying cities in Greece, Anatolia, the Levant, and Cyprus. Greece seems to have got the worst of it. Egypt got off easy, which is an interesting fact considering that they were the only major state left standing. Maybe the earthquakes played a role. So, what brought the Sea Peoples here? For a long time, scholars guessed that some kind of famine in northern Europe caused a domino effect of southward migrations, culminating with the Sea Peoples packing up and fleeing across the Mediterranean Sea. This always made sense on paper, but there was very little evidence to support this theory, until now. We now know that around this time, there was some kind of environmental emergency. It turns out that, as expected, northern Europe was badly affected by this, which would have caused that domino effect. But the surprising thing is that the effects were even more severe in the eastern Mediterranean. We now have ancient pollen samples from northern Syria, which seem to point toward a dry event lasting for 300 years, beginning just before the Bronze Age collapse. Pollen samples have also been taken from Cyprus, where things are even worse. These samples indicate that environmental changes were so severe in Cyprus that there was no longer enough rainfall to sustain even basic agricultural activity. This would have been catastrophic. It may explain why some of the cities were abandoned before the Sea Peoples even came. Similar things have been found in the Levant, Anatolia, and Greece. In fact, in Greece there's evidence that over hundreds of years, plants were evolving to survive a desert-like environment. Some of the letters we find in the city of Ugarit support this finding. Apparently during one of the invasions, there were crop failures across the entire Hittite Empire. One letter from the Hittite king to the king of Ugarit makes an urgent request for grain, ending with, "It is a matter of life and death." There's another letter from the nearby city of Emar, written during one of the later invasions. It reads, "There is famine in our house. We will all die of hunger. If you do not quickly arrive here, we ourselves will die. You will not see a living soul from your land." If these reports of environmental emergency are true, and we think they are, the Bronze Age civilizations may have been in a state of crisis before the Sea Peoples even arrived. The best current analysis of the Bronze Age collapse has landed on something called the systems collapse theory. According to the systems collapse theory, the arrival of the Sea Peoples was actually a medium-level threat. Under normal circumstances, the Bronze Age civilizations should have been able to fight them off, but they weren't living under normal circumstances. Changes to the climate had resulted in widespread famine across the region. This resulted in the depopulation of key cities. The famine and the depopulation then led to internal instability, where some local populations rose up and overthrew their ruling classes. We have evidence that this happened with some frequency over this period, especially in Greece. These factors, and the invasion of the Sea Peoples, caused a collapse in the international trade system, which just made everything all the worse. Oh yeah, and the region was absolutely riddled with earthquakes. The Bronze Age civilizations in Western Asia were dealing with 5 crises at once, with each crisis creating a multiplier effect on all the other ones. And then the Sea Peoples came. We still don't fully understand how or why the Bronze Age abruptly collapsed, and perhaps we never will, but the systems collapse theory is pretty good. One thing that I will point out is that for all of its clever work collecting pollen samples and studying ancient psychology, the systems collapse theory does slightly de-emphasize the destruction wrought upon Bronze Age civilizations. The fact that countless cities were destroyed is undeniable. We have the physical evidence. The systems collapse theory argues that less of these were destroyed by the Sea Peoples than originally thought. And this might be right. We have all that evidence of environmental changes and earthquakes, but we don't know for sure. Scholarship in this area is still ongoing. There have been significant breakthroughs just within the last 10 years. We may see some definitive answers in our lifetimes. But for now, we don't know. We see the aftermath of the Bronze Age collapse, but when it comes to the root cause, all we have are theories. Upon closer examination, I think these guys are still alive, and I think they're licking somebody's foot. Nasty.
Hello, this is Epimetheus, and this is an extended version of the video I made on what was life like after the Bronze Age collapse. I've added in tons of interesting information that I did not include in the original version of this video. The original version of this video did quite well, so I wanted to say thank you by making you guys this extra long version to watch. First, to build a little bit of context, we need to answer the question, what was the Bronze Age collapse? Explained as fast as possible, otherwise it would no longer be, just a little bit of context. So during the Bronze Age, this would have been around the typical alloy ratio to create bronze. The ratio would have varied from region to region or individual blacksmiths, or even individual batches being made. In industrial bronze today, 12% tin is typically used, which is a little bit higher percentage of tin compared to the average back then. At the beginning of the 12th century BC, the most populous, prosperous, and technologically advanced empires on planet Earth were all right next to each other, with the notable exception of the Shang Dynasty, in what is now China. So I saw somewhere around 15 or 20 comments saying, what about the Indus Valley civilization? The main reason I didn't mention the Indus Valley civilization is the last known remnants of their civilization was abandoned or collapsed over a century before in the late 14th century BC, and most of it was abandoned or collapsed centuries before that. So there's a big time gap between the Indus Valley civilization collapse and the Bronze Age collapse. In the centuries leading up to the Bronze Age collapse, there was nowhere near the trade volume that there had been between the Indian subcontinent and Mesopotamia that there had been during earlier Sumerian and Akkadian times. The decline and collapse of the Indus Valley civilization I'm sure had an impact on Mesopotamia when it happened, but by the time of the Bronze Age collapse, that effect had already taken place. So at most there may have been some slow-moving ripple effect that did have some larger implications for the Near Eastern civilizations of the early 12th century BC, but I think they were two more or less self-contained collapses in relation to each other. In the couple centuries leading up to the collapse of the Bronze Age in the Near East, there appears to have been very little trade with the civilizations that were beginning to develop in the interior of the Indian subcontinent.
Like the Indus Valley Civilization, in South America, the Norte Chico Civilization, which was an advanced city building and pyramid building civilization, had already collapsed 500 years before. To the north, the Olmec Civilization was still in its developmental stage at its first major metropolitan site at San Jose. At the beginning of the 12th century BC, they were much smaller than the Near Eastern civilizations, and even much smaller compared to their fully developed civilizations. Like the Olmecs, another one I saw mentioned a couple of times in the comments was the Nordic Bronze Age civilization. The Nordic Bronze Age culture that traded through intermediaries with the ancient Near East survived the Bronze Age collapse, but went into a long period of economic decline. Like the Olmecs of the 12th century BC, the Nordic Bronze Age peoples would have been far less populous compared to those of the Near Eastern empires. So, besides the Shang dynasty and the states of the ancient Near East, was there any other highly developed populous urban civilizations at the beginning of the 12th century BC? Probably. The remains of those cities could be buried under the Amazon rainforest, or under deserts, grasslands, or forests almost anywhere in the world. But from what we know, the most populous, prosperous, and technologically advanced empires on planet Earth were all right next to each other, with the notable exception of the Shang dynasty in what is now China. These states formed a robust interconnected system of economic, political, and cultural exchange that endured for many centuries. So this international system of trade, diplomacy, and intermarriage of royal houses largely developed after the fall of the Neo-Sumerian Empire. During the more than 800 years this system evolved and thrived, the majority of wars fought were relatively civil, and the newly conquered people might even receive a temporary tax break after being conquered. One major exception is the Hittite destruction of Yamhad and Amorite Babylon. During the ensuing mini-dark age that lasted for less than 100 years, two mountain peoples, the Hurrians and the Kassites, moved into Mesopotamia and became the new ruling classes there. The region then quickly rebounded, and the international system became stronger than ever before, with both the Hittites and Egyptians becoming heavily involved in the Mesopotamian style of diplomacy. This stable period ended with the collapse of the Mitanni Empire. Its territory was split into two vassal states, one controlled by the Hittites and one controlled by Assyria, which were both dissolved after a few decades. By the beginning of the 12th century BC, the biggest problem in the region was Assyrian expansionism. They were beating the Hittites, but more importantly, they had temporarily conquered Babylon and destroyed its city walls. It seemed like the region might stabilize. And then, in the span of a few decades, diplomacy, trade, and prosperity gave way to famine, war, and chaos. So here are some emoji faces I had some fun drawing on my iPad, which is what I draw some of this on. The maps and the more detailed drawings, those I'll usually do on a computer with a Wacom tablet. The resulting devastation was so severe that even the ability to read and write was lost for hundreds of years in many regions throughout the Greater Near East. In what is now Greece, written records disappeared for almost 500 years. So the amount of time writing disappeared, or even if it disappeared at all, varied from region to region of the Near East. I believe Greece may be the most extreme example, but also in parts of Anatolia and northern Mesopotamia, the loss of writing also occurred for hundreds of years. In Egypt, Assyria, and Iran, the quality and quantity of written records severely diminished throughout the Dark Age. Like in Babylonia, where writing never disappeared 100%, but as the region spent centuries in instability, division, and turmoil, the written records that survive are extremely limited, and are usually just the names of kings, many of whom were not much more than royals, and short religious inscriptions. This loss of civilization was so extraordinary that this collapse has often been called an apocalypse. This video is about those that survived. Context over. But first, before we answer the question who survived, let's briefly talk about who did not survive. Generally speaking, if one were a general, king, queen, priest, noble, or any of the long-established ruling class, chances of survival were slim. In addition to the civilizations that completely collapsed, this was also true in the surviving Elam, Egypt, and Assyria, where revolt, civil war, and dynastic change all occurred. Bad times have always proved to be a good time for the ambitious to replace the old ruling class. These fine folks were often the first to go. They were not only the primary targets of foreign invaders, but also often fell victim to their own people's wrath. When these political and religious leaders, who controlled the lion's share of the land's wealth, failed to deliver on their promises of safety, prosperity, and a belly full of food, they were naturally blamed for the bad times. One interesting example where this appears to have been the case was Tiryns. There, just the palace was destroyed, while the city and fortifications endured for decades afterwards, and the population even grew, possibly from refugees pouring into the city. However, war, famine, and sickness were not caused by poor leadership alone, and the bad times became worse. Conflict became constant, and life expectancy was certainly not great for military men. Also was a bad time to try to stay alive for most non-military men as well. Farmers, who would have been the majority of the population pretty much everywhere, mostly died off, as irrigation systems were destroyed, and marauders roamed the countryside. Before the collapse, savvy conquerors and empire builders would have viewed the rural population as a valuable resource, just like precious metals or stones. In addition to forfeiting the majority of their agricultural output to the state, which fed cities and armies while on campaign, farmers were also taxed in a variety of other ways. Taxes could be paid by labor on civic building projects, or by service in the military. For the majority of farmers, very little usually changed in their lives when one king would topple another in the city, or if a foreign conqueror placed someone loyal to himself in charge of the city. One common tactic was to destroy the city walls while leaving the city itself intact. This allowed the region to remain productive, profitable, and taxable, but much less likely to rebel, as the best farmland capable of supporting a large population offered very little in the way of natural defense. The flat open land was left vulnerable to any invader, which is what happened to Kassite Babylon after Assyria destroyed its city walls. While still at war with Assyria, Kassite Babylon was barely recovering when the Elamites came in and completely destroyed the place. The Elamites had been enemies of the Kassites for hundreds of years, even before the Kassites became rulers in Babylon. Consequently, the Elamites prioritized killing off the Kassite royal family and ruling class when they were in charge. In the century and a half leading up to the Bronze Age collapse, many of the cities in Mesopotamia changed hands many times. And I suspect many of them had their walls demolished, like Kassite Babylon, and this may have been another factor that led to the rapid collapse of the whole region in the 12th century BC. Cities that survived with their walls intact found new problems that came along with their survival. Like Tiryns, many of these cities likely became overcrowded with refugees. Too many people to feed and not enough food could cause internal unrest. Additionally, the cramped conditions were ideal for illness to spread, which meant that the city folk didn't do any better, and probably did a worse job at surviving on average. Scribes in particular seem to have failed at living, given the lack of written records from the ensuing Dark Age that followed the Bronze Age collapse. In addition to scribes, the butcher, the baker, and the chariot maker, and pretty much everyone who lived in towns and cities didn't make it, with few exceptions. Without a massive base of rural farmers, well-maintained irrigation, and imported goods that were necessary to support a city, demoralized city dwellers became the victims of invaders, marauders, or themselves. While life in the big city vanished, or greatly diminished, there were some exceptions, the most notable of which was Egypt. The year is 1077, roughly 100 years after the Bronze Age collapse. The once mighty Egyptian empire has shrank into a shriveled husk of its former glory, like its pharaoh, Ramses XI, who was a tired and dying old man. So I have a few points about the dates here. First point is, the dates for Egyptian pharaohs' reigns are constantly shifting and being adjusted. This is in no small part due to how the Egyptians viewed the afterlife. The Egyptians believed to speak the name of a dead person restored their breath in the afterlife. As long as one's friends, family members, and descendants mention their name, they can live forever. So in times of turmoil, where there was usurpers and struggle for the throne, the failed pretenders for the throne, or those that were overthrown, unlike the Yuga thought, would have their names stricken from monuments and temple records. Within can be expected that with their name no longer being read aloud, the usurper would no longer be able to breathe in the afterlife, and his existence would fade. Problems in dating usurpers of multiple dynasties are compounded in times of strife, like after the Bronze Age collapse. Because of this, Ramses XI's reign has shifted around a little bit. I think I have 4 books that have 4 different years for the reign of Ramses XI, which I believe were 1080, 1077, 1075, and 1070. I think 1077 or 1078 is the latest estimate for the end of Ramses XI's reign. I could be wrong because that's changing all the time, but it's usually not that much. Another reason I thought 1077 was pretty cool was because of Eric Klein's excellent book, 1177, The Year Civilization Collapsed, which is a top-notch book. This puts the death of the last reign, Ramses XI, just about exactly 100 years after the Bronze Age collapsed. In reality, it's probably a year or 2 off, but I still think it's pretty cool. My final point on the dates here is that this is for the reign of the lifespan of Ramses XI. I saw about it in my comments that said he was a time-dyed old man, but he's only 30. And this is a recurring thing I see in a bunch of my videos when I show a monarch and put the dates. That's for their reign. And it's common from medieval and ancient monarchs that you don't really have the date of their birth firmly. It's pretty common. And many of those who you do have a birth date for them, it's still not so relevant to what they did before they became a monarch. And super relevant for the time after they became a monarch. So that's why I show those dates. In some videos I do show the lifespan for certain characters, leaders, or whoever I'm talking about, but they usually don't have a reign, or I put a birth, death, or the letter B and D before each date. Alright, so you listen to me talk about one number for like 3 minutes now. So enough of that, and more interesting stuff to come, I promise. He is the last of many pharaohs to be named Ramses. He is also the last native Egyptian pharaoh to rule over United Egypt. So right there, if you weren't paying close attention, I threw in 1, 2, 3 qualifiers. United Egypt, native Egyptian, and in the subtitle until many centuries later. So in the whole period following Ramses XI's death, there were many Egyptians who did rule parts of Egypt or places in Egypt, but not a united Egypt. And then there were 2 foreign dynasties that did unite Egypt under their rule. First the Libyans, and then the Nubians. And then in between Egypt's conquest by the Assyrians, Persians, and Macedonians, there were some native dynasties that ruled for a short time. But in a way, I always look at Ramses XI as the last ancient Egyptian pharaoh, as the later native Egyptian pharaohs' reigns were by and large ill-fated and ignited and disasters. Which is kind of how Ramses XI's reign ended anyways. But he still had some of the prestige and tradition of the past. But yeah, it's pretty honest. Like his immediate predecessors, his long reign was a sad one. Long gone were the days of god kings, beloved by the people, throwing lavish parties to celebrate imperial victories in far-off lands. The Egyptian economy crashed, prices of basic goods skyrocketed, and taxes were high to maintain the army. Consequently, the malcontented urban population frequently revolted. In those times, pharaohs were more likely to wage war against their own people than a foreign adversary, and rebellions were brutally put down. Egypt managed to defeat foreign invasions and dominate its own dwindling population, while most contemporary empires and kingdoms collapsed. Part of Egypt's strategy was to hire many of the invaders as mercenaries, like the Sea Peoples, and, most notably, many Libyans were hired. Yeah, so it's these Libyans that were hired that eventually took over the whole Egyptian state. This scenario reminds me an awful lot of the Germans that took over the Western Roman Empire, who were first hired as mercenaries to defend the Roman Empire against other Germans, like how these Libyans were hired by the Egyptians to defend against other Libyans, which they succeeded at. Over time they assimilated and had a great respect and love for Egyptian culture. And like the Germans hired in the Western Roman Empire, there's an argument to be had about the Libyans. Did they hasten the demise of the Egyptian state, or do they lengthen the life of Egypt? If the ancient Egyptians had not hired so many Libyans, they could have prevented their internal takeover. But the opportunity cost for this may have been outright conquest of Egypt by the Libyans, and that would have been far more destructive and violent. It's fun to armchair general and all, but we do have far less information than Ramses XI and his contemporaries had about the whole security situation in Egypt at the time. And I think it is most likely that they made the rational decision at the time for the information they had. But it is also possible they made terrible decisions and screwed up everything. Many Libyans were hired. The army was paid well, while Egypt's borders slowly shrank. All was sacrificed to feed the Egyptian war machine, including the pharaoh's power. In the Nile Delta, Tanis rose as a rival power center to the old capital of Memphis. There, the strongman Mendes ruled. Little is known of his origins and path to power, but it was likely similar to Herihor, the ruler of Thebes. Herihor rose through the ranks of the Egyptian army, eventually becoming not only the Egyptian supreme military commander. What is also very interesting that I didn't mention in the initial video is that Herihor may have been Libyan, which would make sense as the Libyans were becoming the most powerful component of the Egyptian army. It is theorized that Mendes came out of a priestly family, but if he didn't, it is also possible he may have come from a military Libyan family. If true, the Libyan takeover of Egypt would have happened a century earlier than currently thought. Mendes and Herihor both ruled and put down rebellions in the name of Ramses XI, while consolidating power for themselves. Ramses XI appears to have been okay with relinquishing his power in return for stability, as it is generally believed that both Mendes and Herihor married his daughters. Now, back to Herihor, the Egyptian supreme military commander and grand vizier of the south, but the viceroy of Kush, and finally, the high priest of Ammon at Thebes. Herihor took on some pharaonic titles and iconography, while still acknowledging Ramses XI's authority, predominantly in name only. The power of Egypt's military, secular, and religious institutions were combined and wielded by one autocrat, monopolizing the violence and corruption that have always been a part of power. Herihor not only held absolute control over his citizens' life by the sword, but also their afterlife. Herihor was indicative of the violent, brutal, and efficient men that came to dominate Egypt for centuries to come. Following Ramses XI's death, Egypt split in two was solidified. The two new rival dynasties that formed engaged in a long-standing, mostly cold war with each other. Even though they were divided and fought their fair share of civil wars, they presented a united threat to outsiders. The pharaoh at Tanis was acknowledged as the ruler of all of Egypt, even if he didn't control all of the Nile Delta. Both Thebes and Tanis recognized the necessity in concealing their divided and declining state. They attempted to have closer ties with each other through intermarriage, which was partially successful, but relations remained tense between Thebes and the Delta, and Egypt continued to decline following the death of Ramses XI. Ramses XI was never buried in his tomb. Instead, it became a workshop for stripping ancient mummies of their valuables in a semi-respectful manner. Even the gold on the coffins was scraped off. The methodical manner this appears to have been carried out means these mummies were probably looted by state actors. Massive spending on the army and an overtaxed, demoralized populace made the fabulous wealth buried in the ground a tempting target for state-sponsored looting. The new dynasties that had access to temple treasure maps may have not viewed their predecessors' tombs as sacred as before. So the traditional narrative of the robbery of many of ancient Egypt's tombs is that during times of strife, poor people went in and robbed them. This view is backed up by some amazing first-hand accounts from the time that have survived till today. But something doesn't quite make sense about this narrative. The most prolific age of the tomb robbers appears to be at the beginning of the third intermediate period of Egyptian history, the same period of time as video covers. Egypt was heavily militarized, and were in desperate need of more gold to pay the army, supply the army, and to build maintain and repair fortifications, and were left with a big pile of motive to rob themselves. Another thing that seems suspicious is the relatively lenient punishments many of the tomb robbers received during this period. In earlier times, execution was a more common form of punishment. In the early Third Intermediate period, beatings and whippings became more common, and there were repeat offenders. The times were brutal, and ancient Egyptians weren't shy about executing a lot of people, so it does seem odd that the tomb robbers would get off the hook with a beating or maybe losing a hand. In one surviving confession of an ancient Egyptian tomb robber, he claims to have previously paid off a local bureaucratic official into releasing him, so some tomb robbery might be explained by local corruption. However, I do believe the most likely scenario is that the majority of the tomb robbery was committed by the state in secret, and if any of the involved lackeys were caught, they were given a slap on the wrist or the foot. I haven't read this theory anywhere, but I'm sure someone's come up with it before. It just makes too much sense given all the different things that were going on then. The stolen gold probably funded Egypt's survival, and I don't believe the Egyptian dynasties at Tanis and Thebes were so incompetent that they stood by while the common people robbed all the tombs. It is easy for us today to condemn all of that destruction of history, but in those times I believe they were acting more out of rational self-preservation rather than greed. Though I'm sure greed played into it too, and there were some fantastic post-tomb raiding after parties. These pharaohs no longer boasted of foreign victories or massive building projects, but occasionally boasted of maintenance on crumbling monuments, or, if they were less honest, wrote their names over old masterworks, pretending they had built them. As an isolated, impoverished Egypt lingered on. So sometime, not too long after the death of Ramses XI, the Egyptians lost control of Kush, which roughly corresponds with the modern country of Sudan. Kush was developed into a formidable state by the Nubians, who were eventually powerful enough to conquer Egypt from the Libyans in the mid-700s BC. They ruled in Egypt for a little over 90 years. The kingdom of Kerma was the first powerful state in Kush, and was a long time rival Egypt, before the Egyptians conquered it in a new kingdom. The kingdom of Kush that formed after the Bronze Age collapse endured for well over 1,000 years. Those not so fortunate as to live in a post-apocalyptic dystopian dictatorship run by an authoritarian megalomaniac lived a very different life. And yes, they were very lucky. Pretty much everywhere in the ancient Near East, including Assyria and Elam, life became pretty bad. The 11th century BC was also a tough one for the Shang, as their emperors became increasingly despotic and were overthrown. So where would have been the best place to live during the 11th century BC? Maybe in one of the emerging kingdoms of the Ganges River Valley, but they were all waging war on each other, so maybe not so nice. Living in one of the declining Nordic Bronze Age societies might not be a bad choice, if you're fine with pretty extreme winters. And like later Viking times, they were probably all raiding each other. The developing Olmec civilization is probably one of the better choices for the 11th century BC. Large stone heads wearing helmets was their favorite thing to make, so it wasn't a great choice if you're looking for peace and quiet. So they weren't exactly the most peaceful people either. Nubia was in pretty regular conflict with Egypt, but it was one of the more internally stable places in the world at the time. The Nag culture in what is today Nigeria was in a very early stage of its development, and we don't know too much about them, but that may have been a potentially very nice place to live. Or not, we don't really know. So let me know in the comments, if you were forced to go back in time to go live in the 11th century BC, where would you pick to live? One of the places I mentioned, or somewhere completely different. Maybe being hunter-gatherer wasn't so bad, or a Mediterranean pirate, like the Luca or the Sardinians. The Egyptians credited the piratical band of Mediterranean maritime marauders known as the Sea Peoples with the destruction of the international system of states they were a part of. This view was based off of their own personal experience of being invaded by the Sea Peoples multiple times, while the Eastern Mediterranean they were familiar with was ravaged and plundered. So I did not talk about the Sea Peoples very much in this video. If you would like to learn more about them, I did make a video about them a couple years ago. To quickly sum up the video, the current evidence we have seems to point that the Sea Peoples came from around the Central and Eastern Mediterranean, and many of them came from around the Aegean Sea, including some Mycenaeans. Sea people like the Tejeker and Peliset were resettled in Canaan. It is generally considered the Peliset amalgamated with the local population to become the Philistines. With the exception of the Peliset, the surviving Sea people and their descendants appear to be relatively few in number. However, more than any nautical threat, much more insidious, formidable, and familiar forces played a larger role in bringing the great empires of bronze to their ruin. The grand Hittite capital city of Hattusa was sacked by a coalition of former subjects and new enemies. Foremost among them were the Kaskas, a fierce tribe of mountain warriors, who were a long time off and on again Hittite vassal, and now they were out for vengeance. So the Kaska are also known as the Kaska, or the Kaskians. For a short while, they were probably the most powerful group within Anatolia, until they were defeated by the Assyrians in a failed attempt to invade Mesopotamia. Afterwards, they faded into obscurity. There are no surviving written records from the central northern Anatolia during this time, but I think the most likely scenario is that the Kaska and the Phrygians spent several decades fighting each other for control over the remnants of the spoils of the Hittite Empire after they both failed in invading Mesopotamia. Also, as some people have correctly pointed out in the comments, this poor guy is a little bit malproportioned. I drew his body way too small for his big head, but I promise you, if I use him in another video, I'll fix his proportions so he's a little bit more less dwarfish. Like Hattusa, Babylon, the intellectual and cultural center of Mesopotamia, was sacked, pillaged, and plundered, and much of its population massacred by the Assyrian king Tukulti-Ninurta. So this guy was a bit of a megalomaniac who wrote a long epic poem about himself. After Tukulti-Ninurta sacked Babylon, he became very unpopular among the Assyrians, who viewed his sack of the city as sacrilege. 2 of his sons rebelled against him, and was eventually murdered. Even though the Assyrians were a longtime enemy of Kassite Babylon, they had a great respect for their culture and religion. As the city slowly recovered, it was sacked again by the Elamites, plunging southern Mesopotamia into a centuries-long dark age. The Elamites were by far the most organized, powerful, and populous of all the major mountain peoples of the late Bronze Age. In addition to the Elamites, there were many more petty kingdoms, cities, and towns of the Anatolian, Southern Caucasus, and Zagros mountain ranges. So to reiterate, there were many more groups than just the ones I'm showing on screen, but these were the most formidable. Some of the smaller tribal confederations, we don't know their exact location. Also, I thought I had Kassites here, but I might have accidentally deleted that or forgot to put it. They would have been around a similar area where I have the Gutians here. I think a little bit to the south. These Kassites were related to those that had conquered southern Mesopotamia and ruled there for over 400 years. And for hundreds of years after the collapse of Kassite Babylon, Kassite tribes were active in the Zagros mountains before being killed off or assimilating into other peoples. The mountain peoples had long-standing antagonistic relationships with the kingdoms and empires of the Flatlands. When the much more populous Flatlanders were united and strong, they pushed their way around. They marched their armies throughout the mountains and extorted tribute from the overwhelmed mountain people in exchange for not burning down their crops, towns, and cities. This same dynamic of large population empires exploiting resource-rich, less populated, mountainous or difficult to terrain countries has existed from the beginning of written human history till modern times. And in almost every example of this, there's always a close-up resentment and a backlash. When the tables were turned, in times of civil war, famine, or any other time of weakness, the tough and patient mountain people flooded into the flatlands, collecting tribute and sacking cities. This usually ended when enough organized resistance was mounted, or as was sometimes the case, the mountain peoples settled among the flatlanders with a new ruling class, eventually assimilating into their culture, like had been the case with earlier Hurrians, Gutians, and Kassites. In contrast to their success, in the early decades of the Bronze Age collapse, the warlike Assyrians defeated just about every mountain people that attempted to establish themselves in Mesopotamia. So a really interesting question I don't know the answer to is, what were the Kassites doing following the Bronze Age collapse? Did they attempt to rescue or take advantage of their Kassite relatives who had assimilated into Babylonian culture? Or did they just kick back and watch the show? Or perhaps they provided refuge for Kassites fleeing Babylonia and were like, we told you 400 years ago moving down there was a bad idea, and the city folk replied, but at least we had some fun. Well, whatever the case, none of the mountain people had any luck fighting against Assyria. Assyria appeared to be on the verge of holding the collapsing age together by their own force of will and brutality until they met their match. A people more stubbornly resilient than the mountain peoples, and more terrifying than the sea peoples. I'm very happy with how these drawings turned out. These don't look like the sort of lads who like to meet in a dark alley at night, or during the day either, but they were great guys to have on your side in a fight. Long before the Bronze Age collapsed, during its most stable and prosperous epoch, there were those that just didn't fit into society. Some were criminal fugitives, bandits, or those who just wanted freedom. On the southern periphery of the Fertile Crescent, a multitude of small familial clans eked out an existence as pastoral nomads. An important point to make about nomadic groups throughout history is that they weren't always born into that lifestyle. Wherever there has been a large populated area in history, there have been those that wanted to leave and get away from all the people. For a variety of reasons, individuals, as well as groups, were outcast or chose to leave settled societies and take up a nomadic way of life. Some were fleeing a life of slavery or a victorious enemy, but all preferred the tyranny of a harsh environment over the tyranny that they had fled. A little bit of water or patch of grass could mean the difference between life and death. Consequently, these people were fiercely competitive, highly mobile, and nearly indestructible. In contrast to the mountain peoples, who hoarded away a wealth of metals and other highly prized resources in their remote citadels. One of the other highly prized resources that was commonly extorted from the mountain peoples was horses, especially in the later Neo-Assyrian Empire, where they would sometimes go on yearly missions to go get horses. The horses bred in the mountains were considered to be better quality than those bred in Mesopotamia. The majority of Assyrian campaigns did not have territorial conquest in mind, but tribute instead. The Assyrians would go looking for cities, towns, villages, or citadels. Once they found a place that looked good, they would say, hey, nice place you have here. It'd be a big shame if something bad would happen to it. Maybe if you could give us 200-300 horses, then we can ensure your safety and be on our way. If they got what they wanted, they would go looking for the next place they could extort. If the mountain people being threatened couldn't or wouldn't pay up, then there would be a siege. The intended destruction was meant to encourage others to pay up quickly. Assyria did not invent these tactics, but they were the most prolific users of them. The people of the wasteland had very little wealth, which the Bronze Age empires could extort from them, so they were usually left alone. The wastelanders periodically visited the region's cities and traded sheepskins and other assorted loot with the settled peoples. The Egyptians had a somewhat similar relationship with the Libyans, although it was more hostile overall. The most powerful and numerous of the Libyan tribes was the Meshwesh. Like the wastelanders in the east, the Libyans were nomadic pastoralists, who tended cattle, camels, and goats primarily. When Egypt was strong, they liked to engage in small-scale trade, but when Egypt was weak, they liked to raid. But their most notable role in pre-collapsed Bronze Age society was as mercenaries, which also became true for the Meshwesh Libyans. The Egyptians built fortresses from the Nile Delta all the way down to Thebes on their western border, and at some point probably figured out it's easier to hire these people than try to defend against them. These tough tribal people, with an extensive knowledge of the region's terrain, would be frequently hired to guide and guard caravans, or attack, raid, or harass one city on behalf of another. By the later 12th century BC, their time had come. The age of epic battles fought between collapsing empires was drawing to a close. This gave way to a short period of Assyrian dominance over much of the Near East, but despite their success, the empire was exhausted, overextended, and the land they ruled over was devastated. Then, the floodgates opened, and the wastelanders poured in. Chaldeans, Suteans, and Aramaeans were the most numerous of the tribal peoples to migrate into Mesopotamia. Again, there were many more tribes at play here, like the Yemenites, and probably even many more that were never recorded. Many of the smaller tribes were probably generalized as Arameans or Chaldeans depending on the region they moved into. Also, it would have been common for tribes, clans, or families of one ethnic origin to split off and join those of another, usually through a marriage alliance, which this process of splitting up, coalescing, and reforming was very common for nomads throughout history, which has often made nomadic groups very difficult to firmly identify by ancient as well as modern people, which is why broad generalizations were often used. The countryside was devastated, but in comparison to the wasteland, where clans could spend generations fighting over access to a well, the depopulated rubble of the old world would have appeared as if the gates of heaven had opened up. Now they had much better things to squabble over, like gold, wine, slaves, and prestige. Where mass irrigated fields of grains had once stood, there was more than enough wild grasses growing for sheep to have a hearty meal or two. Because of this, pastoral nomads thrived after the collapse, and their way of life became the dominant lifestyle almost everywhere in the Near East. Because those living in the wasteland lived such a hard life before the collapse, things actually got easier for them when civilization did collapse. They were such effective survivors that the surviving city dwellers couldn't compete with their ravenous and resilient nature, and most simply lacked the skill set necessary to survive. And as the sheep population grew, so did the population of those who ate them, especially the Arameans. Because of their mobile nature, the Assyrians found it nearly impossible to stamp them out with conventional military means. Assyrian kings frequently boasted of wiping the Arameans off the face of the earth. Then, a few years later, they would boast of defeating them again and again, but this time for good. The Assyrians were not keen on keeping records of their own defeats. When they did keep records about their defeats, it was usually in the context of complaining about their predecessors, how they gave up land and screwed everything up and they had to go fix the situation. But three signs point to the likelihood they frequently lost during this period. 1. The large number of campaigns they waged against the Arameans. 2. They made and kept peace with survivors from their old enemy Babylon, who was also being overrun by nomadic pastoralists. 3. They ultimately abandoned their empire and retreated into their heartland, which itself was under Aramean assault. Some of their cities were sacked, and even an aqueduct to their capital city was destroyed, and it lay unrepaired for decades. The Arameans were everywhere. Some daring warlords captured remote Assyrian mountain citadels and outposts. These were used as a base of operations for further marauding. Numerous small bands of Arameans stalked the countryside, enslaving rural farmers. For hundreds of years after the Bronze Age collapse, Arameans enslaving Assyrian farmers was a recurring problem. Some of them were probably sold on the coast to Phoenician and Neo-Hittite merchants, but the vast majority probably remained in northern Mesopotamia. When Assyria re-emerged, freeing their enslaved brethren was one of their top priorities, as well as enacting revenge on the Arameans. Consequently, many refugees flooded into Assyria's cities. This caused food shortages, sickness, popular unrest, and ultimately civil war. While many still maintained their nomadic way of life, over time, many of the illiterate Aramean herdsmen became kings. Many of these kings were merely the rulers of fortified towns and villages built on the ruins of what were once cities. There were some legitimately powerful Aramean kings and chieftains who could marshal thousands of men into battle. However, the independent and competitive nature of the Arameans meant that they never united into a larger empire, and were frequently at war with themselves, as they were with almost everyone else. Which for some campaigns, they did form large coalitions of kings to fight against the Assyrians. But these coalitions were short-lived, and they never formed into their own empire, which would have been really formidable if they had done so. An interesting question my cousin asked me about this drawing is, why is the bronze different colors? Which I actually did on purpose to represent that there was different qualities of bronze in circulation. This guy gave a greenish tint to his helmet to represent oxidation, which happens to bronze when it is exposed to air over a long amount of time, which is why you see a lot of old bronze statues that look pretty green. And the oxidation actually protects the bronze layers underneath, which is pretty cool, where it keeps it from deteriorating. The king over here also has some oxidation on his armor. I also gave his axe the look that it has a higher copper content, because if you had to choose, I think they would have wanted their higher quality bronze to be used for swords. Because if you use a sword that has too high copper content on the battlefield, it could bend, which could be fatal for you. In contrast, a more girthy axe head is unlikely to bend or have issues with being made from a more soft bronze. Even well into the Iron Age, in Republican Roman times, low-quality bronze and copper helmets were used periodically. It still did a great job at preventing your head from getting cracked open, and it was resistant to corrosion, which was another added side benefit. Because bronze was lower maintenance and resistant to corrosion, it was still heavily used in the Iron Age. The butt spikes for spears and pikes were usually made of bronze, while the spearhead was made of iron. Because if the butt spike was made of iron, then it would probably rust pretty easily, because if you're repeatedly putting it into damp soil, then it's going to rust. In the west, there was a chunk of the Hittite Empire that never fell. It transitioned into a collection of loosely allied city-states, called the Neo-Hittites. Here, the Aramean onslaught appears to have been slightly more gentle. In this case, all we know is that around 1000 BC, the rulers of many of the city-states there came to have Aramean names, and the culture gradually became more Aramean. One possible scenario is that the Hittite cities in this region became so sick of being constantly extorted by a never-ending series of Aramean warlords, chiefs, and petty kings, that one day they said, hey, you want to come here and be a real king and defend us from the rest of your buddies? That ended up working, and a bunch of other cities followed the same strategy. The later Hittite Empire was far more adept at diplomacy compared to the Assyrians, which is evidenced by the vast majority of surviving treaties from the Bronze Age involve the Hittites, which is why I suspect that the transition of power in the Neo-Hittite city-states was diplomatic. But I could be wrong, and they just could have conquered them or besieged them and then they surrendered. Another possibility is that the Arameans just immigrated into the cities and eventually were numerous enough to overthrow the elites and become the ruling class. The long-standing, most powerful, and stable Aramean kingdom was Aram Damascus. From there, the Arameans launched many campaigns against the Hebrew tribes to their south, and this is many wars over a roughly 400-year period. But it is important to note with situations like this in history that peace was more common than conflict. In the later 8th century BC, Aram Damascus met its end when it allied with Israel against Judah. Judah petitioned the Assyrians for help, and the Assyrians went and destroyed Aram Damascus, in return for Judah paying tribute. Some scholars believe the Hebrews were the Habiru mentioned in earlier Egyptian records, while others think the term Habiru was a generic term for some of the wastelanders in the region, similar to how Alamu appears to have been a generic term for wastelanders to the northeast. So it could be said the Arameans were Alamu, but not all Alamu were Arameans. The Hebrews also had nomadic pastoralist roots, and followed a somewhat similar trajectory as the Arameans did, gradually becoming city dwellers and founding formidable states. Israel and Judah split after the Libyan pharaoh Shoshenq invaded the Levant. Beforehand, they were united by a single monarchy for a little over 100 years. There is an alternate theory that they both evolved as two separate states. Currently, this view is in the minority, and for obvious reasons, there's by no means an academic consensus on the date or the territorial size of these ancient states. I think the conventional view makes the most sense, but just letting you know, there's other theories out there. Either way, the cool silver lining for all of this is that there is a lot of archaeological activity going on there now, and a lot of really cool things are rediscovered there all the time, which allows us to understand the history of these states to a greater degree. Despite the chaotic age, many of the battered city-states in the Levant enjoyed a golden age of sort after things started to settle down a little bit after 1000 BC. The region was no longer at the crossroads of powerful empires, which allowed the kingdoms and city-states there to thrive and fight amongst themselves for a little while. An important note about these states during the 10th and 9th centuries BC, even in larger states like Egypt, Assyria, and Elam, cities acted more independently than they had before. Because of the tough times, they acted more in their own self-interest. Conflict was on a smaller scale, and diplomacy became centered around personal relationships between the kings of cities, tribal chieftains, and warlords, rather than the dictates of a great king. In Phoenicia, Philistia, and the Neo-Hittite city-states, cities frequently cooperated with each other, but were fiercely independent and could even go to war with each other. However, they were usually far more united compared to the emerging Aramean kingdoms. To the south, more than 200 years after the Bronze Age collapse, the semi-nomadic Libyans that had poured into the Nile Delta and served in the Egyptian army slowly took over the Egyptian military, government, and finally the throne. The Libyan pharaoh Shoshenq united the land, and for the first time, a foreign dynasty ruled all of Egypt. Shoshenq was not the first Libyan pharaoh in Egypt. He was preceded by Osir Khan the Elder, who ruled in the Nile Delta a few decades before Shoshenq. But I do suspect there were other Libyan pharaohs before Osir Khan, who may have taken on more Egyptian-sounding names to fit in. Even if there were no earlier Libyan pharaohs, Libyan generals or warlords likely controlled the throne long before Shoshenq or Osir Khan sat on it. The dynasty founded by Shoshenq reigned in Egypt for over 200 years. During its last century, this dynasty splintered off into multiple competing factions, which were all eventually conquered by the Nubian kingdom of Kush to the south. I saw a couple comments saying the Shoshenq redemption. Shawshank does seem like that could be the name of the brother of Shoshenq. I do think it's funny and fitting that Shoshenq redemption is the name for the era where Shoshenq did bring Egypt back to a period of prosperity for over a century. After the Bronze Age collapse, it was undoubtedly the warlike semi-nomadic herdsmen that proved themselves the best survivalists. This ability to survive was in large part due to their mobility. They could move away from greater threats and take advantage of weaker targets. Their society was efficient, low maintenance, and based around small united family units. In order to survive the arid wastelands south of Mesopotamia, strong family ties were a necessary but not sufficient qualification. Along with other skills like being able to fight and find food while efficiently rationing it, gave nomadic herdsmen a huge competitive advantage in this post-apocalyptic age. Before I get back to our regular programming, so on this next part I had a little fun, and I think most people got it, but a few didn't. A brief message from this video sponsors. This video has been sponsored by Bronze. Tired of your copper bending or your iron rusting? I recommend you buy bronze, and a lot of it. Why buy Bitcoin when you can buy a pound of bronze for a very affordable $2.02 a pound? Now that is what I call a bargain. So, you may ask, what can you use bronze for today when we have all these fancy new metal amalgamations? Well, because bronze is strong and resistant to corrosion, it is still the preferred material for the largest statues in the world, or any classy statue you want to leave outside, like the world's current largest statue, the Statue of Unity in India, which stands a staggering 182 meters, or 597 feet tall, height of the base not included. And in case you were wondering, the statue is of Sardar Patel, who was one of the most prominent leaders of both Indian independence and unification movements. If you're not into statues, there are still many more modern uses for bronze. Because of its pleasing acoustic qualities, bronze is still the preferred material for high-quality bells, whether small or large. Bronze is also used as components for a variety of other musical instruments. Another one of bronze's superior characteristics is that it does not produce sparks when struck, which makes it ideal for some modern industrial components, intended for use in highly flammable environments where a spark could cause a disaster. If that's not enough, bronze is also extremely resilient against the effects of saltwater corrosion, which is why bronze today is the preferred metal for many nautical instruments, fittings, and tools, such as ship's anchors. This video is also sponsored by my fantastic patrons over on Patreon, who have helped out this channel through the tough times. One group of people I believe would have survived at a greater rate than most other civilians would have been merchants. Another group of people that I saw mentioned in the comments that I do agree would have survived more than most city dwellers would have been blacksmiths. They possessed a skill that even the most illiterate, toothless, and ill-tempered warlord could appreciate. And like merchants, most metalworkers probably had experience negotiating, which is a good skill to have when you're trying to talk someone into letting you live. They have the ability and know how to travel long distances, preferably away from danger. They were master negotiators and could possibly barter to save their own life. Merchants would have known many languages and social customs to get around foreign areas. And most competent merchants probably developed likable personalities and were able to tell a good story or do a magic trick or something, so that they would be entertaining enough that people wouldn't want to kill them. One piece of anecdotal evidence is that during the Bronze Age collapse, the Assyrian king Ashur-bal-kala, so I messed up Egypt's territory here. By the reign of Ashur-bal-kala, they had already given up all this land in the Levant and had withdrawn from most of the Sinai Peninsula. So yeah, sorry about the map. Ashur-bal-kala built the world's first recorded zoo. This is while his empire was being torn apart by civil war and Aramean tribal incursion. So even though good old Ashur-bal-kala may have failed in setting his priorities straight, his merchants did succeed in acquiring exotic animals from far-off lands for their king's zoo, which included an ape and a crocodile. Their ability to travel through hostile terrain and return with such unwieldy cargo is a testament to the merchants' resourcefulness, which may indicate they were good at surviving. So Ashur-bal-kala started his zoo when the Egyptians sent him a gift of a couple of animals, which apparently blew his mind, because his reaction was, I gotta catch them all. He also became obsessed with trying to breed animals in captivity and acquiring more animals. He also had some run-of-the-mill animals, like camels, but he also had some weird ones, like Beast of the Great Sea or a Riverman, which your guess is as good as mine on whatever that was. And the Beast of the Great Sea kind of implies that's saltwater, so perhaps he could be history's first person to keep a saltwater fish tank as well. Ashur-bal-kala also really liked hunting and boasted about killing a bunch of animals too, which was more typical of almost every other Assyrian king too. The Greek island of Euboea is the only example I can think of where the pre-existing farmers survived and thrived after the collapse. Once a Mycenaean backwater, the island became a fortress where small family farms grew and banded together in a collective defense. So the pronunciation of Euboea I think is more like Evia, or Avia, or Evia. I don't know, I'm pretty sure I'm just saying it wrong. Googling this online, I even saw people disagreeing with how to pronounce it from modern Greek to ancient Greek, so pronunciations are often a big pile of worms, and not super straightforward. So anyways, life outside of Evia was very different on mainland Greece. There, large-scale farming and urban life died out. And what sort of lifestyle took over there? You guessed it. Semi-nomadic pastoralists or herdsmen. Survivors lived in the mountains, evidenced by the remains of small hilltop communities that have been found, where they could easily spot danger coming from far away. And when the coast was clear, they could take their sheep down to graze in the valleys below. Centuries later, the Euboeans were the first Greeks to emerge from their dark ages, establish colonies in far-off lands, and rediscover writing. They also fought the first recorded war between two Greek city-states, the two leading Evian cities of Chalcis and Eretria. The 60-year-long war devastated the island, which returned into being just a backwater, while mainland Greece was just beginning to embark on the most illustrious period of its history. What happened after this post-apocalyptic age? The short answer is Assyria. So yeah, Assyria got really good at surviving. Their core territory had next to zero natural defense. They were under constant attack, and then they went on the constant attack. The mountain people that they attacked frequently in the north banded together and formed the kingdom of Urartu, which proved to be a formidable and long-time Assyrian enemy. Even though they were divided, it took Assyria hundreds of years to defeat the Aramean states. It was not the Assyrian legendary brutality that finally brought the Arameans down, but instead, more pragmatic means were used. Arameans who worshipped the god Ashur and served in the Assyrian army could become Assyrian, with all the same rights and privileges of any other Assyrian citizen. The Arameans were so prolific within the empire that even the official state language was changed, from Akkadian to Imperial Aramaic. Aramaic was far easier to learn to speak, read, and write compared to Akkadian. Because of this, it became the common language throughout Mesopotamia and the Levant for over 1,000 years, until it was replaced by Arabic. Babylonia, which was slowly being rebuilt by the Chaldeans, was conquered by Assyria. And one by one, all the kingdoms that had risen in the aftermath of the Bronze Age collapse fell to Assyria, and the line blurred between who was Aramean and Assyrian. And in some way, you could argue the Assyrian Empire was also an Aramean Empire. A question I've seen periodically in my Bronze Age videos is, why does southern Mesopotamia look like that? And the answer is silt. Silt is a sandy, clayish material. Silt is carried from the mountains where Mesopotamia's rivers originate, down into the Persian Gulf, where the silt builds up as sediment, and ever so slowly pushes the coastline out to sea. New marshlands are created, which dry up, and new marshes form on the periphery of the dried marshes, and the cycle repeats over and over again. So all of the light blue areas show where the modern coastline is and what's land now, which I believe it was somewhere around the later 1st millennium BC when the Tigris and Euphrates first joined together to create a confluence, which I'm not sure what the Tigris-Euphrates confluence is called, or if it's just called the Tigris-Euphrates confluence. So going back a little earlier, I didn't really talk much about Lydia, Phrygia, or Lycia. The main reason why is we have very little archaeological evidence or written accounts for the formation of these states. Lycia is pretty straightforward though. They were the Luca, which was one of the sea peoples, and pretty much after the Bronze Age collapse, they continued being pirates and raiding places. And that's that. And for the formation of Lydia and Phrygia, we do have some clues from much later Greek semi-mythical accounts. But we do have very little solid facts about the formation of their state from the archaeological record following the Bronze Age collapse, or what was their lifestyle like. Which I think the most likely scenario is they were a coalition, each were coalitions of tribal peoples that came in there. They fought amongst themselves for hundreds of years, but were fighting outsiders and gradually coalesced into the Phrygian and Lydian groups, which assimilated Hittite and Luwian survivors into their confederations. Most were probably semi-nomadic pastoralists again, but settled down over time. Which I believe that scenario played out again and again and again after the Bronze Age collapse, and if we don't know the history, it's probably a safe bet that in any region, something similar might have happened following the Bronze Age collapse. If you enjoyed this video, you will probably enjoy my many other videos on the Bronze Age and the Ancient Near East. This has been Epimetheus, and thank you so much for watching to the end of the video, especially because this was the much longer version of the video. More than usual, I'd love to hear your feedback on this video, because I did this one in a longer, more experimental style, where I added all this commentary in. Do you think it worked, or not? Let me know. Was there interesting information in all the additional commentary, or do you like the shorter, more polished videos better? I would love to read all your thoughts on this in the comments. Would you like to see more videos like this? Yes, no, maybe, or depends. Again, big thanks to my patrons who support the videos on this channel. I am a one-man team that does all the drawing, editing, writing, researching, and narrating, and everything else, and I appreciate all the support.
Minions have spawned. spree. Enemy double kill. Shut down. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. fall soon. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Has been slain. Your turret has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Has been slain. Has been An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill. Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. have slain an enemy. Rampage. An ally has been slain. has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down.